when I completed my honors in 2016, I then enrolled for my honors degree in psychology with UNISA. And it was during this time where many things started to make sense. You know, it is by this time where you're asking yourself that, okay, I graduated with my degree, now I'm doing my honors. What is next? But it is during this point where now it's not only about what is next, what degree do I do next? It's about where you start to make a meaning out of your career. What is it that you're doing? What are you going to do with what you're doing? And when I completed my honors in 2017, you can see that I enrolled for my postgraduate certificate in education. So I trained as a teacher. And for many, for personal reasons, when I enrolled for PGCE, many of you can understand that there was so much anxiety. You're doing your honors, you're completing your honors, but you don't really know if you're going to be able to do your masters as you wish. So I then registered for my PGCE, and this, I called it a backup plan. But at the same time, I was so much hopeful that I'll make it. Now, I completed my PGCE in 2018, and by grace, fortunately, in 2019, towards my completion of my PGCE, I applied for my master's at Sefako Makgatho University. At SMU, they offer the master's program as MSc. So you agree with me that with other universities, they offer it as Masters of Arts, but it's just the same program. Well, I was actually mentioning that, as you can see on my occupational background, I did not really include where I am currently based, but I pointed out these two because I feel it's very much important and it resonates with the purpose of the day. In 2017, when I was doing my honors, I was also fortunate enough to be part of the peer help volunteer program at UNISA. So this program was for a year. And trust me, it was during this volunteering program where many things again came into perspective. They made sense. They resonated well with me. I mean, they gave me an idea of where I want to go. And also it gave me an idea of how I can get there. But what I can highlight today that I appreciate more about this volunteer program is the career network. Is that I got an opportunity to network with people who are actually in the field. And the good part about it is that I got to network with people who are in different categories of psychology, people who are passionate about it. And I must also tell you, I must also tell a student out there that it was during this time where I felt like I was all over. I was so much inquisitive. I don't know how many lectures I knocked, offices I knocked, inquiring about psychology, how to become a research psychologist, educational psychology, counseling psychology. I was so much informed, and I was not shy to go out there and say, look, I want to be like you. And as I'm saying this, I can remember so many people that I still have vivid memory of our conversations. And in 2018, I was also fortunate enough to progress for the peer help program as a volunteer, where I was granted an opportunity to do intern career guidance program, where I was working as an intern career guidance practitioner. This was an advanced level because now, after being a graduate for the first time, you get the salary. I mean, I can actually see that I was going somewhere. And to someone out there who's listening, it is possible. And just to look at briefly at the training in South Africa, I believe that many of our students, they have more advanced information than what I can share, but this is just the basics now on how to become a psychologist. Now, you definitely need a BA degree to start with in psychology. That's the basic, that's the requirement. It's very much important. And other people, they do not go the BA degree route. They also go for the BPsych program, which is a 4-year degree, which is also equivalent to the honors program. But now at UNISA, because we do not have it, I'll focus on the BA degree as the first basic step that you need, and followed by the honors degree, which is also offered at UNISA, different I think we have community psychology, we also have counseling psychology and others that you know. And from there, when you graduate with your degree in honors, it's also important to take to keep in mind that when you do your honors, please work hard because you need at least 60% average. So when you have 60% average and above, it increases your chances of being invited for the selections. But 60% is the minimum that is required. So from there, then you have to start applying. And also when you apply for your master's, I'll also encourage someone out there that it's important that you have a list of all the universities where they offer the master's program. I would also encourage you that it's important that you don't leave. So I was actually explaining that once you are inside the program for clinical psychology, this is how your first year and your second year will look like. Your first year, you will be required to register with the HPCSA, Health Profession Council of South Africa, as a student psychologist. That's your first year. And remember, I said it depends on which university you have enrolled. Other universities, they offer a 2-year program. So you do your master's for 2 years. And these 2 years, it entails practical and your research work. So you're doing your practicals, your theory, and your research work. And it is during this process where now you get allocated 2 supervisors. Your first supervisor, you will supervise your practical. Now, the good thing is that you go out there, you practice the theories that you learn, you practice the skills that you learned, which is currently crucial that you're learning in your honors level, for example. You're practicing them, and you have someone who actually will be able to supervise your work, guide you how to navigate your field. On the other hand, you also have a research supervisor who will supervise your research throughout, step by step, until you publish and graduate. So that's the good thing about it, that you have a support throughout. Like I said, depending on the university, there's year 1, there's year 2. However, there are other universities where it's only year 1. You register with the council, HPCSA, as a student psychologist 1 year. And after that program of theory, practical, and research, then you progress to becoming an intern clinical psychologist. Now, when you're an intern clinical psychologist, it means you have moved from the university, your respective university. You are now working in an institution like the hospitals and correctional services, for example. Now, during that period when you're working as an intern clinical psychologist, you are also allocated a supervisor. There's someone who's supervising your work. This will be your supervisor, your senior clinical psychologist, supervising your day-to-day work. And this is also important because it helps you to navigate your field. Now, this is important because I believe it will also ease some of your anxiety and your uncertainty. Now, depending on the university, intern clinical psychology can only be done after you completed your year 1 or year 2. Now, your internship can either be year 2 or year 3. Now, when you're doing year 3 or year 4, this is post internship. When you're doing, after you've completed your internship, you now move to being a community service clinical psychologist. Now here you are now independent. You are no longer having a supervisor. You incorporate all the skills that you learned from UNISA in your undergrad, moving to your master's program. Now incorporating the skills that you learned that you received from supervisor. Now you're working as an independent psychologist, but you're not yet registered as a fully independent practitioner, but you're supervisor. Now this is your community service. Another part that I would like to ease your anxiety, which is crucial. When you're doing your internship, you get paid. That's a good thing. You get paid, you are an employee. Now, when you move on to your community service, you also get paid. Now, this is also important because I believe it's some of the information that I personally long to have, and I unfortunately could not find on Google. And I believe that it is through this workshop where you can be able to get such information. And I believe it will empower someone out there. Now, let us look at the selection process. What really happens when someone is selected? And again, let me mention that this is the most anxiety provoking process. I can tell you that when you are selected for the interviews, part of you is excited, but the other part of you is anxious, you know. And but nonetheless, let's continue. Now, as I mentioned, that the basic that you need is an average of 60% or 65%, depending on the university. Now, remember, the more you have, the better. It increases the chances of being selected. Another crucial part that is very much important is that you need to have at least 2 referees. Now, a referee is a senior, someone who will be able to attest that they know you professionally, and they can attest that you are someone who is relevant and suitable to be trained as a clinical psychologist. Now, you don't need someone who would lie or fabricate information about you. And in different universities, they have a template where now they will give your referee or your supervisor to fill in certain questions about you. Now, it is very much important that at your undergraduate level or honors level, you start as soon as possible to identify, and preferably to identify people who are already in the field. I can tell you personally that you do not really need someone who is a clinical psychologist. It will be an added advantage to have someone who is an clinical psychologist, but you do not have to pressurize yourself that you need someone who's a clinical psychologist. I mean, my referees were actually people who are working at the DCCD as psychologists and not necessarily as clinical psychologists. And these individuals still play a crucial role in my career today. So you need at least 2 people that you can also be vulnerable with, people that you can share your wishes, people who can guide you, people who can help you to plan for your future and your career. Now, once you have your referees, now we move to the actual interview, how it is like, what happens. And let me put this forth that things change. When I was going through these interviews, it was in 2019. And since the COVID-19 happened, I understand that a lot might have happened. There might be slight changes. So I also encourage you to familiarize yourself with at least people who recently went through the interviews, or people who have the recent information. But I believe not much has changed. So what happened on my day one, we had a group discussion. So in a group discussion, we sit as a group of candidates who have been selected. Now, during this group discussion, they pose a topic that is relevant to psychology. Now, what is important also is to familiarize with everything that is happening currently related to psychology. You need to be updated, but I don't want to pressurize you. I believe that you know so much. But what you know, you need to keep on being in touch with the new information, especially real life psychological problems that are affecting the country and also internationally. You need to be in touch, and you also need to put yourself in that space and think like a psychologist that you would want to become. Now, on the following day, we had the role play. So what we do in role plays, we change roles. They give you a role as a psychologist and your fellow candidate as a patient. So what they want to know, you don't have to pressurize yourself. They just want to see how you respond. It's just the basics that that I believe all of you have. Asking a patient, how are you? What brings you here today? How can I help you? Such things, the basics. And these are the things that at your honors level, you are learning the basic counseling skills, your fellory, how you see it, how you conduct yourself, your posture, those things, they come in handy, So on the third day, we had the research writing. Remember, I said research is the crucial part of your degree, of your training. So they give us an abstract or research that is somehow messed up, and you just have to look at the paper within a short period of time, and you need to find out the points that can form the abstract or can form the body of the research and can form the conclusion. So as I'm saying this, it's also important that when you are doing your honors, just work harder on your research, because I know that you are expected to do a research. Just keep in mind that it is very much important and it is going to come in handy. And this research part is not only important for clinical psychology, but even other professionals like research psychologists, where their main focus is research. The last day is the one-on-one, where one has to meet the whole panel and they cross-question you based on your application, what you mentioned, and everything related. So there's nothing difficult there. It's just about you sharing what you bring in. So looking at the scope of practice, which is more important, I thought it's important actually also to briefly look at what psychologists do. According to the HPCSA, the council that governs the profession of psychology, as clinical psychologists, I'll be focusing on clinical psychology. Our role, our scope of practice, we are required to assess for psychopathology. Secondly, after we have assessed, then we have to diagnose the pathology or the mental illness, if there's any. Lastly, we are to provide the treatment. How do we treat the problem that we identified as we assess, and how do we now treat that problem? Last but not least, that I feel is important is the ethics. You know, it is very much important for one to be ethical in everything that you do. Whatever we do, it's important that we keep in mind that we have to do what is at the best interest of our clients, at the best interest of the people that we are serving. And this is also important because one needs to be guided by the principles of Ubuntu. We are human beings before everything else. And this is important that I need to share with our candidates there, because now, remember, before anything, when someone comes to you, we need to see a human being before we can see a patient, before we can see a client. And this also goes to us professionals. It's important to understand that we are human beings. Just because we are psychologists, clinical psychologists, doesn't mean we are superior or better than the other. We are human beings before anything else. Thank you. Now, what we really do, clinical psychologist as a career, what my day-to-day looks like. So I do a lot of assessment, like I mentioned. So this assessment is not only for psychopathology or mental illness, it's also for scholastic assessment. But this also falls into the educational psychology aspect, but we are also expected to do. We also do personality assessment, we do forensic assessment or psycholegal. Now, what we talk about when we talk about forensic assessment, this include the criminal law and the civil law. So for example, the criminal law under forensic psychology, what we do assess for criminal capacity. Say, for example, during the trial in court, then the court realized that someone is not fit to stand the trial. So that's where we come in. We do assessment and we advise the court whether the person can stand trial or not, whether the person was criminally responsible or not. Under civil law, we do assessments such as during the divorce proceedings. Then that's where now we look at the issues related to who will be the best parent or the suitable candidate or parent to take care of the kids. Such stuff, we do assessment here and there. We are expected to do that. Sometimes we get someone to court as an expert witness. Sometimes you saw someone who is in conflict with the law, then the law or the court can summon you to come and testify. But these are just the basics. We do psychotherapy, we do couples therapy, we do family therapy, we also do marriage counseling. So these are the list of the things that we do. And I'm saying this because I understand that for our students, this might be the information that they do not really have because it's not really out there. So we also have clinical psychologists working in public space and also working in private sector. Thank you. Can we move to another slide? Now, another question that I battled or that I thought would be important, someone can ask, does a personality matter for someone who wants to be a clinical psychologist? I thought I would not say much about that, but What I can say is that you, as a clinical psychologist, you are a stethoscope. Remember, with the doctors, they use this stethoscope to check the heartbeat, to check the blood pressure before they can do anything. But we don't have that luxury. What you rely on is yourself as a clinical psychologist. So in other words, you are the tool. You are the tool yourself. So in terms of personality, you need to be someone who's patient. You need to be patient with other people. You need to be able to tolerate other people. You need to be non-judgmental, because you will be dealing with a lot of people who are coming with difficult problems. Sometimes it will be some of the challenges that you as a professional may not think that someone can deal with or struggle with. So it's important to be non-judgmental, but above all, have empathy. Like I said, it's important to see a human being before you can see a client, before you can see a patient, and also to understand that you as yourself, you are a human being, nothing better than the other. You are a human being. And another thing that is most important in terms of personality, you need to be someone who have good listening skill. You need to have the ability to listen beyond what the other person is saying. And this goes hand in hand with the patience. You need to be patient enough to listen to what the other person is saying without projecting or imposing what you think you're hearing. Now, also, it's important to be open-minded and flexible. And this is crucial because, say, for example, we sometimes deal with people who are coming from different religious beliefs or practices. And time and again, you have people who differ with your belief system, with your values. Now, you need to be non-judgmental. It's not about you. It's about the human being in front of you that you have to help. And lastly, it is important for our students who are aspiring to become clinical psychologists that in essence, our role is more like a professional being. A being is something where we throw everything that we don't want. So this is important just to sensitize them that we are nothing better than the other. We are more like professional beings who can be able to take all the problems to us, take them in. And it's also crucial that we also take care of ourselves. But there's a topic for another day. Thank you. Now, these are the basic myths about clinical psychology. Another myth could be that people may believe that you need to have experience before you can become, you can be selected to become a clinical psychologist. You do not really need a form of intensive experience or before or saying you work somewhere, but the basics. Volunteering is the best. If it may not be only volunteering, but whatever form of experience that you have, it's important. But you do not need to stress yourself and pressurize yourself that you need experience. Another myth could be they only select intelligent candidates. I think what they really look at is the person who can be able to serve as a tool, to serve as a human being who can be able to help another human being. There's nothing more or less. So it's not about your IQ. In as much as your IQ is important, but your EQ is also important. Your personality, your emotionality. Are you someone who can be, are you someone who's emotionally matured to be able to put yourself in another person's situation, to understand them according to their perspective or their lens or their worldview? Another myth could be that psychologists can read minds, and this is often said out there, but the truth is we do not read minds. We don't have that capacity. What we do, we are clinicians, we are professionals who understand emotions. We understand how other people feel. And the moment you can be spot on how the other person is feeling, that person, they're more likely to say, but how did you know this is how I feel? And this is how the reading of the mind comes about. In terms of okay, another thing could be that people are more reluctant to go to see psychologists. It could be that it's expensive in private, but I can also encourage people, our students, that it's also advisable to go to your local clinics or hospitals and find these clinicians and start seeing what they do. that can also help you and advance you in your career. Another thing, another myth that is also dangerous is that psychologists know everything. I want to stress this. We are human beings before anything else. No one knows everything in this world. So we are human beings. It's for crazy people. The moment you talk about psychology, to someone out there, what comes into their mind, it's a crazy person roaming around the streets. But psychology, it's not about that. It's more than that. So for the sake of time, I'll also like to move to the next slide because I am aware that we have more presenters on the line. So in conclusion, thank you. On the conclusion, I would like to say someone out there, appreciate the process. And by saying appreciate the process, I understand that throughout your journey to become a clinical psychologist, this is the process that entails the good and the bad. Appreciate the good and the bad, the struggles, even the struggles. Appreciate them because it shapes you, it makes you unique, and it shapes you into the kind of a clinician you're going to become. Embrace your journey, embrace those little struggles and the and the uncertainty, the anxiety, the stress that comes along the journey. Embrace those. One day it will make sense. Be kind to your mind. Do not stress yourself. Take it one step at a time and focus on where you are. You cannot be a clinical psychologist without the undergraduate degree that you're doing, without the honors that you're doing. It is very much important. So be kind to your mind. And also do not be harsh on yourself. Take it one step at a time. With the one-on-one, remember that's the last day. That's where now they get to see the individual. They get to see who you are. And it is also important that when you get to this point, you also be confident. Be confident. Don't fabricate anything. Just be yourself, because what is needed, it's you, yourself. That's the most important part. Now, this is where they ask you about your personal journey. Why do you want to be a clinical psychologist? And I believe that most of us, if not all of us, we have different reasons why we would want to be a clinical psychologist. That's where you share your personal journey, your struggles, what shaped you, why you want to be a clinical psychologist, what do you want to change. So it is more personal because that's where they want to know who you are, and you need to be available to share that clearly. So I think it is the most crucial part where it will distinguish you from the rest of the team.
Mr. Harold Mngomane is a research psychologist, an experienced research psychologist with a demonstrated history of working in the education management industry. He holds a master's degree in psychology with a specialization in research consultation from the University of South Africa. He is currently enrolled for a PhD in psychology with a focus on student health and wellness. He is skilled in curriculum development, program accreditation, teaching, public speaking, leadership, mentoring, career development, and facilitation. He is currently serving as a lecturer and program coordinator in the Department of Psychology, UNISA, right? His research interests are very diverse, ranging from student experience and support in higher education, open distance e-learning, research and education corrections to health, well-being, and developmental psychology. By that, I'll welcome everyone. Thank you. The floor is yours.
So my presentation is entitled From Curiosity to Discovery, a Research Psychologist's Journey. In this presentation, I provide you, let me see, can you see on the screen? Sorry. In this presentation, I provide you with the role and the scope of practice of research psychologists in South Africa. I provide you with the route for training. I provide you with also my story in terms of my career background, my experience as a research psychologist in academia, my experience as a psychologist in corporate or private industry, also working in a correctional facility. And I also touch on important things such as branding opportunities and the importance of volunteering. So many people are quite aware of industrial psychology and educational psychology as some of the specializations that we presented, but maybe few and people may not have as much information about what who are research psychologists and what is research psychology and the role of research psychology. So a research psychologist is someone or a professional who conducts research experiments to be able to understand human behavior and mental processes. So we use research methods, experiments, surveys, interviews in order to collect information and package that information. So collect it, analyze it, and present it in a way that is understandable. So the whole idea is to advance scientific knowledge, which may contribute to developing of theories, the development of therapies, the development of interventions, which are very important within the psychology field for things, aspects such as mental health and well-being. So what is the role of and the scope of practice of research psychologists in South Africa? There are 5 key elements. One is planning, developing, and applying research methods. This includes performing assessments relevant to the development of research for research purposes, things like developing psychometric tests, researching, monitoring, and evaluating psychological interventions. The second one relates more to the development of policies, which are informed by psychological theory and research. Third one relates to training and supervision of professionals within the research category. The last one relates to designing, managing, and also supervising psychological research. And the fifth one relates to providing expert evidence and opinions. So in South Africa, this is the training route of becoming a research psychologist. So you complete your BA degree, you complete your honors, or in some case, it might be a BPsych, you enroll for your master's. Once you enroll for your master's, you can then register as a student psychologist. You complete your master's, and then you do your 12-month internship. You register as an intern psychologist. You write the board exam. If you pass the board exam, you register as a research psychologist. So just a brief background of my career trajectory. I enrolled for my degree in 2009. I did my honors in 2012. In 2014, I did my master's in 2016, and then completed my master's in 2018. And then in the process, you will see that my career trajectory, I was still working within the field. So for an example, in 2011, that's when I started the peer health program. And in 2012, I was appointed as a student, assistant student counselor at the DCCD. And then in 2015, I became an intern career guidance practitioner. And then in 2016, when I enrolled for the master's in research psychology, in the second year, the master's is full-time in the first year, so it's a coursework. In the second year, while I was doing my dissertation phase, I was appointed as a postgraduate research assistant. And my role there was to conduct research, and under supervision was to also assist as a research assistant in the department. That's where I got exposure to the academic side, which I will then explain. But you will note that in 2018, I was doing my practicum at the University of Pretoria, where I was working in the innovation research as a research assistant, and I also worked as a research intern program evaluator at the Foundation for Professional Development. In 2019, I got a position as a research and development specialist, where my role was on curriculum and accreditation development and implementation. That's where my formal career, professional career started. And then I was there. I then moved to become a lecturer in 2019. So many people ask themselves, a research psychologist in academia, what do we do? So one of the things, there are 6 elements, but they're not limited to this. Aspects such as conducting research. So one of your responsibility is to conduct research. You need to publish. You teach, mainly because you are in academia. My role is, for example, teaching. I'm teaching undergraduate and postgraduate programs. And then you do a mentoring of students and research psychologists. In this case, I was involved with training of research psychologists who are doing the course program, the coursework program. So the research psychology route has a coursework program. It's different from the academic route, which focuses more on research, whereas the research coursework has components such as practicum and is affiliated with the HPCSA. So you become a research psychologist. And then there are things such as securing grants, and then also serving in committees where you are required to be serving in specific committees, which I will speak a bit more. I will speak more about it a bit later on. So within academia, there are different committees and affiliations that you have to be part of. And this is the way in which the university, one of the tools that the university makes in order to be able to make sure that different functions and portfolios operate successfully to better support our students. So a research psychologist in private or corporate companies includes things like conducting market research. For example, those who want to go into market research where they can conduct research relating to consumer behavior can follow this route. It also includes things like developing and evaluating of products where you can be able to be in a team where you are evaluating a product. So the development of the product, for example, if a company wants to introduce a specific product, you as a research psychologist will design a methodology and steps that will be taken in order for the company to be able to test the product, to develop the product, to test the product, and to also assess the consumer behavior and also how the product is being received in the market. So this is for people who want to go into corporate and who want to go into product development and testing. And you can also work, for example, in terms of if you work in a company where research may be focusing on things like HR, where you can be tasked to improve, to do research on how the company can improve the workplace culture, employee engagement, and productivity. So a company will come to you, or you'll be employed in a certain company, and they would say, we have a specific problem, and you as a researcher, you have to devise means or ways in order to get more information about that specific problem. And then based on that research process that you will take, you will then write a report and write recommendations on how that specific problem can be addressed. So it's on a very strategic level. And then the designing and evaluating of training programs. This is more related to things like program evaluation, where, for example, the Department of Health or any company or NGOs will develop and initiate programs. Your role will be able to determine whether that program is working and how that program can be enhanced or improved. And of course, things like organizational research, which I did touch on. If a specific company has a specific problem, your role is to do research to inform the practices and to develop strategies, to propose strategies that can be used to solve that specific problem. So working in the correctional facility as a research assistant, I was involved in a project where we were working with high-profile inmates, And our role there was to facilitate group discussions based on specific topics, and working with professionals in the field, we were able to get more information about specific programs that were run in the correctional facility and whether they are working or not. So that is a very unique opportunity for me, because I got to interact with inmates and high-profile inmates, and being in that space helped me to deal with misconceptions about inmates and the whole stereotypes that the media portrays or people have about inmates. And getting in that space helped me to contribute to the development of inmates, whether through by providing educational support or mentoring, and doing interviews and doing focus groups in a way that was based on, for the purpose of getting more information for the research project that we were doing, was very transformative for me as a research psychologist. And you get to understand people's stories, and they transform you. You become a very, you think differently, and you become more humble, and you appreciate life. So that was a very unique opportunity for me. So I did speak about different things, so academic research, my academic experience, and I also spoke about my experience in the correctional facility. But another thing that is also important is that as a research psychologist, I also have my own consulting. So the consulting focuses more on things like academic consulting, where I have clients and we focus on framing and orientation, and sometimes we do data analytics. So I do consult with individuals, I consult with companies, and there I come as a consultant. And other aspect includes things like workshop training and consultation, where I've trained some of the private companies who are doing mostly research. So making sure that they are trained in research methods and specific softwares like Atlas TI, and specific other things that are related to doing research. So more theory and practical. So this is more on a workshop level. And another thing that is also important is to manage things like business practices, contracting, managing clients, accounts, and hourly rates. So as much as educational psychologists and clinical psychologists manage practices, we also as research psychologists, we manage our own research consultation and practices. Remember, when you're registered as a research psychologist, you are operating in a practice. So it's called independent practice. So you can come as a consultant in a specific company and provide strategic support. For example, if you look at the scope of practice, the fifth scope of practice element or aspect speak about providing opinion. So this is one of the most fulfilling role, because you get paid to provide opinion, and you get paid to simplify things. You get paid to clarify things. There's not much that you do that is outside of your scope of. You don't do things that are outside of your scope of practice or your expertise, but you get paid to provide your opinion. It's very interesting. And some of the things that I had to deal with is managing conflict of interest. For an example, I have a colleague or someone that has a company and they want to bring in a research psychology, a consultant into their company. So the one of the ethical consideration that you have to look into is things like multiple relationships and dual interest, and managing the conflict of interest. And sometimes you have to say no to people that you know if they want to, if you have other multiple relationships with them, for example. And the most important thing is also complying with the professional board requirements, things like CPD points that you have to obtain. And this includes things like attending workshops and attending conferences, which is relates to more of continuous professional development. So one would ask, where do research psychologists work? The most simplest thing to say about research psychologists is that it's very broad, in a sense that you can work almost in multiple contexts, because research is almost applicable to every industry. So and you coming there as a researcher or research consultant, and the term research consultant is not equivalent to a sales consultant. It's equivalent to an advisor. It's equivalent to someone who's providing strategic support, or it's equivalent to someone who's providing technical support. So I just want to deal with that. So most, they work in universities and colleges. Some they work in government agencies. Some they work in non-profit profit organizations. Some they work in private industry. Some they work in hospitals and healthcare facilities. And some of them, they also work in the military and law enforcement agencies. So it's very broad that you can work in multiple contexts as long as there's research there, and then you stick within your scope of practice. So remember, what qualifies you as a research psychologist is that your research is psychological, right? But if research is not psychological and it's broad, you can fit in that context. So it's one of the things that I know some people work in BMR, where they deal more with research that relates to experiments and cognitive assessments and functions, where they monitor how specific parts of the brain react when you see a stimuli or when you see a certain picture. So those are some of the fascinating things that are sort of hidden that research psychologists do. So as a research psychologist, I had different opportunities. I mean, training PhD students and master students locally and abroad, traveling with the most high-profile professors, and training students on research methodology. I did mention the training of researchers in private companies, doing a psychology conference, presenting papers. I also coordinate the psychology program in the Department of Psychology. I lead a student support portfolio. I also got invited to seminar presentations and publishing articles and reports. So these are some of the opportunities that I got as a research psychologist, but I just mentioned a few here. Because research psychology is very broad, that the skills that are embedded within the program, they can be applied in multiple contexts. So if you really want to widen your terrain or widen your skills, research psychology is broad. You don't necessarily have to work in the psychology field. You can work, I know people who work in the aviation industry, people that work in the motor industry, people that work in the export and import industry. So it's a very broad skill that you can apply to different contexts. So I want to speak about volunteering and how it helped me to kickstart my career working as a peer helper in 2012, where I was required to attend twice a week. And that was very a valuable experience for me, because it got to give me a taste of what psychology is all about, and counseling specifically. But I also got involved and was really interested in things like resource development, which is very aligned to research psychology, where you develop a resource. For example, problem solving. Students are struggling with problem solving. How do you develop a product? How do you develop a document that helps someone in KwaZulu-Natal on solving a problem without them seeing a clinical psychologist, for an example. So those are some of the things that were very intriguing. It helped me to enhance my resume, my CV. I got to learn different areas of psychology, and it helped me to grow, you know, on a personal, on a very personal note. When I started volunteering, I was not this very articulate, but through mentoring of Dr. Kodisang, Chifua Kodisang, and Dr. Lisa Dazel, I was able to come out of the shelf, and they always challenged us to explore, you know, to think about psychology in different, on a different dimension, to say psychology is not always counseling. Psychology is not always therapy. Psychology is broad. It's a very diverse and a very transferable skill. By transferable, I mean you can work in different settings. And in that process, volunteering for me, I did mention DCCD and working with the Inside Out, Outside In project, which is a project that I'm still working on now, doing correctional, working in the correctional facility. Ms. Mama Shumabo is also part of that project, where we do things like workshops. We disseminate information through resources like books. We do research, we do training for inmates across the country. So if you see most of the correctional facilities we are in South Africa, we are aligned with them. This is a way of giving back as professionals, giving back to the correctional facility. And it's a very mind-blowing, transformative experience. I got to also working with township schools, community outreach, where we were doing things like career counseling, mentoring, providing life skills to grade 8 to grade 12. And my also experience in writing articles led me to be part of the MND newsletter. And being in that process, I got to attend a lot of community radio interviews on behalf of the DCCD then, and also on behalf of the Department of Psychology. This is a very, very important skill that one should think more about when volunteering, because then it helps you to sort of be able to articulate yourself, to engage with students, and to be able to explain things. And it's a very important skill as a psychologist, because you have to make things that unravel, you know, uncomplicate things and simplify things for the client, whether it's a therapeutic client or whether it's a research client through consulting. Your role is to simplify things. So radio was a very important skill for me. So I want to touch on branding because it's a very important thing. I think as a psychology student or a psychology professional, you have to be known for something. There is no such thing as a jack of all trades. So you have to find your niche. What makes you different? What makes you the go-to person? When we think about a specific thing, when I think about a specific thing, I have someone in my mind to say, okay, I can go and talk to so-and-so. So find a way to develop your niche area. My niche area is student support. So that's how I got to become a chairperson of student support in the university. So in our department, because I was passionate about that. And my research revolved around student support. Find ways to network, attend conferences, develop your brand, create content, whether it's you writing an article on LinkedIn, for an example, or reflecting on a specific video that you saw on LinkedIn. That is content that you're creating to brand yourself around specific contents. That's how recruiters see you. They see you because you are branding yourself. And by doing that, you are going to establish an online presence to say, when we go on LinkedIn, when we go online, we're able to see and get to know more about you. We're able to see this person is specializing in this area. This person is a guru in that area. So brand yourself. That's very important. It makes you stand out. Okay, so I did speak about networking, things like attending conferences. I did speak about volunteering, and I remember the previous speaker on clinical psychology was speaking about informational interviews. Very important, because the conception that people have about specific careers might not necessarily be true. So if you're interested in clinical research, educational, go and speak to that professional. Understand what happens on a day-to-day basis before you explore, before you study in that area, to see whether is this aligned? Is this what you want to do? Is this the kind of environment that you want to work in? So lastly, not last, but I want to say this few things that I have in mind. You need to develop strong habits. As a psychologist, to become a psychologist, you have to read. You have to be active. I spoke about networking, but most importantly, you need to seek mentorship. Mentorship is very important. I did mention Dr. Lisa Dazel and Dr. Godisang Chifiwa, who were very instrumental in my career, and they are still instrumental. They were my mentors, they're still my mentors. And developing a strong writing skill, you're going to be judged on that. In any interview or selection, they look at your writing and communication skill. It's a fundamental skill of a psychologist, regardless of which specialization. So these are some of the things you can think about. Lastly, I want to say this. There's a quote I want to read by Hilda Reda, who says, "I wanted a perfect ending. Now I've learned the hard way that some poems don't rhyme. Some stories don't have a clear beginning, middle, and end. Life is about not knowing, having to change, taking the moment, making the best of it without knowing what's going to happen next." As a psychology student, as a psychology professional, when joining in the psychology training, you have to be open-minded. You need to be flexible and reflexive. Do not expect things to be perfect, to always go according to plan. Always be flexible, explore different ways you can still achieve your dream. Do what matters the most. Focus on what is important. As a psychology student or professional, you'll have to deal with a lot of uncertainty. So my two mentors used to say, at times you have to be comfortable in managing the anxiety and uncertainty, and you have to be comfortable in not knowing what's going to happen next. So I want to close it there. As a psychology student, you might have a lot of uncertainty whether you're going to make it or not, but you have to be able to manage that uncertainty.
So Mr. Vuyani Mulia is an industrial psychologist. He's also a lecturer in the Department of Industrial and Organizational Psychology here at UNISA, and he's also the director and founder of a private consultancy going by the name of Grower. So we'll get to know more about that once he is presenting. So the visual space is yours.
The discussion points for today, we are going to look at what is industrial psychology, the general overview, and we are going to look at the dominant fields in industrial organizational psychology, and we are going to talk about how does one become an IOP, the technicalities, and where do IOP professionals work? How did I end up in this profession, my extensional journey to IOP? And I'm going to talk a bit about what I currently do. And I know that the last two questions, are IOPs in demand? Do IOPs end well? I know that those are important questions for students, and I'm going to attempt to answer those questions as well. Wouldn't it be amazing if all employees loved their jobs and they couldn't wait to get to work every morning because they were well suited for their roles and they received training regularly and their performance was outstanding? So that sounds like a rhetorical question, but it's actually the essence of what industrial psychology is all about. So industrial psychology, in short, is all about making sure that organizations hire the right people into the right position, and then they train those people so that those people may be able to excel in their respective roles. So in short, industrial psychology is basically a branch of psychology that applies principles of psychology in the workplace. As noted above, the basic essence of it is to make sure that the right people are in the right position and those people receive the relevant training and support so that those people can be productive or they can excel in their respective roles. So that's the long and short of it. And we do that by using the principles of psychology. The dominant fields in IOP, the most dominant field in IOP is personnel psychology, which is very linked to HR, whereby industrial psychologists will work with HR specialists and managers to recruit the right people into the organization. Usually they use psychological testing and assessment, and it falls within a subfield referred to as testing and selection. And industrial psychologists will also work with HR professionals and managers to appraise employee performance. In other words, look at how people are performing and try to help people to perform better. And they do that by training and development techniques. All of these initiatives are borrowed from our understanding of psychology. So we are basically psychologists who use our theory and understanding of psychology to improve how people perform in the workplace.
I just wanted to find out what are the requirements that are needed to qualify to do a master's in clinical psychology.
It depends on it. So it's university specific. In our university at UNISA, you need to have a 60% in honors, your average. In other universities, it could be 65. In other universities, it could be 70. So it depends on a specific university. So maybe identify the university that you want to apply in, and then that will give you more clarity in terms of the percentage for your average.
I just wanted to find out, is it possible, let's say now, for me, I've got honors in industrial psychology, but am I allowed, is it possible to convert if I feel like, where I want to go is clinical, to convert into clinical psychology? And secondly, the second question, I heard all the speakers talking about mentors, finding a mentor. How does one get a mentor? Because we all work in different places. Some maybe they're still students, some of us we work, but in our organization, we don't have such somebody to guide you through. You end up having these qualifications that you don't even know what to do with it. And then lastly, voluntary. If I want to volunteer in my field, where can I find places where they need such, and if it's available on weekend? For me, I work, so I can't do it during the week. It can only be weekend or maybe public holidays. So those are my three questions.
Thank you. So I picked up volunteering, industrial psychology to clinical, and mentorship. So, okay, in terms of volunteering, there are many organizations that you can identify online. For example, if you go to SangoNet, there are organizations that you can check, but you can also think more about organizations in your local community that you can go and volunteer. So it doesn't necessarily have to be an organization, big organization. It could be just your local community that you can go and spend time there. But if you want to volunteer in a very highly established organization, you can check online. One of the websites is SangoNet or SangoPulse. I'll share it here on the chat, where it shows you different organizations according to their specialization in terms of key areas. So for example, an organization that focuses on HIV and AIDS, an organization that focuses on education. So that's a place where you can go and check that. Okay, in terms of industrial, switching from industrial to psychology, we normally recommend students to have either of the two, community psychological counseling and honors, or community and health. So community health psychology. So we normally recommend that. In terms of how do you navigate from industrial to honors in community health and psychological counseling, I think DSAR would be in a better position to assist you in terms of whether you need to do NDP or whether you need to enroll for the honors in psychology. And then if you need to enroll for psychology, which modules you still need to complete in order to qualify for those two streams. But there's a closer program which is applied psychology, but you need to find out if that can enable you to apply for clinical. But we normally recommend the two honors that I've mentioned. You're welcome to drop me an email and I can find more information with regards to that question.
Thank you. I will do that.
Okay. Volunteer, I did mention volunteering, mentorship. So mentorship, so it's entirely up to you. What kind of what are your needs? So the place where you're going to find your mentor will be determined by your needs. So if you want to be mentored by a professional in the psychology field, then maybe you can look into things like LinkedIn to look for professionals. But before you go there, this is why it's important for you to attend things like conferences, seminars, and network events, because that's where you get to identify people who are in the forefront of your field, and you can then make contact with them. You can even think about approaching your manager to be your mentor. You can think about a specific, it doesn't necessarily always have to be someone in the psychology field. It could also be someone in a different field. It's about the skills and the needs that you want. I think Mama there might be a document on negotiating mentorship. I'll check, but if there's anything with regards to that, I will be happy to send you different things that you can consider when looking for a mentor and how to secure a mentor. But it doesn't necessarily have to be someone in the field. If you're looking for a mentor, there are also professionals here. You can also avail yourself as a mentee. This is one of the platforms.
As I was saying, the dominant fields will be personnel psychology, which is mostly testing and selection, performance appraisal, training and development. And we also have organizational psychology, which focuses on leadership, motivation, job satisfaction, and job involvement. Most IPs also do a lot of work in employee well-being, where they make sure that the working conditions are conducive for employees. Many colleagues in this space also look at employee health and safety and stress management in the workplace. We also have a subfield of career psychology, whereby people who work in this space look at personal development and coaching, mentoring, and all other issues that are related to making sure that people are in the right fields. There's also consumer psychology. People who work in this space are people who are interested in marketing. So they work with marketing agencies and advertisers, and they nudge people and give insights on how to make people to buy particular products as opposed to others. There's also a field known to as ergonomics or ergonomic psychology, which has to do with workplace design, human physiology principles. This field is basically about making sure that people in the workplace are comfortable in terms of the chairs that they use and any other, work design principles that are needed to make sure that people are working in a conducive environment and they don't struggle. I was just saying then the last two is consumer psychology. Here they work mostly with people who are doing marketing and advertising. They help big corporations on how to target specific people and how to nudge people to buy particular products. So people who work in the space are people who really love marketing and advertising and influencing people and nudging them towards buying certain products. Economic psychology has to do with workplace design and human physiology principles, whereby you make sure that in the working environment, people are not doing work that will compromise their well-being in the future in terms of the kind of seats that they sit on and the kind of spaces that they are expected to occupy on a daily basis. So this is an important slide because it talks about how does one become an IOP. The journey towards becoming an IOP is different in different countries. What I'm going to be focusing on is specifically in South Africa. So in South Africa, if you want to become an IOP, you enroll for a BCom Industrial Psychology degree, or alternatively, you enroll for a BA Psychology degree and you take Industrial Psychology as your major. You can also enroll for HR and you take Industrial Psychology as a major. I think many colleagues have emphasized already that when it comes to psychology in general as a field, the marks that you are getting in your undergrad and in your honors are very important because that determines whether or not you will be able to make it to the master's level. So in industrial psychology, most of the time, both for undergrad and for honors level, it is safer for you to get an overall percentage of 65% or more for all your modules. So what happens is that whether you did BCom Industrial Psychology or you did BA Psychology with Industrial Psychology as major, or you did HR with Industrial Psychology as major, when we get to honors level, that's where everybody converges and everybody starts doing an honors degree in Industrial Psychology. And then from there, if you are able to obtain an overall percentage of 65% or more, then you stand a chance of being selected into the master's degree. But like my colleagues have already mentioned, you don't want to aim for 65% because what they will do is that they will take the people who got the highest marks. And if many people got 75 or 80 and you got 65, the chances of you being considered, unfortunately, become lower because in most instances, what most academic institutions do is that they create a cutoff. And that means if they said that, okay, most of our applicants were able to get 75% or more, then they're going to use that as a cutoff, and then they're going to start conducting interviews and other assessments from that cutoff. So it is safer for you to try and make sure that if you want to become an industrial psychologist, at least you try and get your overall marks to be, your overall percentage to be in the 70s. And then if you are successful, you get enrolled for a master's degree in industrial psychology. Most major universities in South Africa do offer industrial psychology, be it UJ, Wits, UNISA, Stellenbosch, UCT, Northwest University, University of Pretoria. Almost all the major universities do offer industrial psychology. And what's going to happen in your master's degree is that it will usually be a coursework and at the same time also a mini dissertation. So you will be expected to do some work, do some assignments, submit those assignments and pass those modules. And you are also to have to do a mini dissertation whereby you conduct research and write up that research dissertation for exam. Once you've succeeded with your master's degree, you've done the coursework and you've done the mini dissertation, but as a prerequisite, you must first do the coursework. Then once you've done the coursework, you are able to start applying for internship opportunities. You are allowed to do your internship while you are still busy with your mini dissertation. And then when you are doing your internship, this is where you get introduced to the scope of practice, and they may be to cover all the different aspects of industrial psychology, like I discussed above. So they are going to make sure that they give you exposure to all the different fields so that you can understand exactly what it is that you're going to be doing once you are a registered industrial psychologist. Of importance to note here is that when you are doing your internship in industrial psychology, even if you finish it, if you haven't finished your mini dissertation, you are not eligible to write your board exam. So this is very important. When you want to become an industrial psychologist, you need to make sure that you finish your mini dissertation and you finish your coursework, and then you finish your internship. Once you've finished your internship, you are eligible to write the board exam or the HPCSA. And then once you've passed the HPCSA board exam, you are then admitted as an industrial psychologist. Where do industrial psychologists work? Industrial psychologists, if you note what I stated above with the different fields in which you can find them, they generally work everywhere. So there isn't any space where you wouldn't find an industrial psychologist. And the reason for that is very obvious, because they work with organizations and they work with people. So every organization, be it a hospital, be it a university, be it a mine, be it a bank, be it an NGO, as long as there are people and people are employed, you're gonna need the services of an industrial psychologist. So if you want to be an industrial psychologist, you can literally work everywhere. You just need to choose which sector you prefer, and then you choose which field you prefer. And then, like my previous colleague said, you try and become an expert in that particular field that you have chosen within industrial psychology. And then you choose the sector that you like. If you like mining, you try and focus your attention in mining. If you like academia, you try and work in universities. If you like health, you try and work at health institutions. If you want to work in government, you can work there as well. You can even work with small, medium enterprises. You can work with soccer teams. You can work with rugby teams. You can literally work everywhere if you're an industrial psychologist. How did I end up becoming an industrial psychologist? Growing up, I didn't know anything about psychology or industrial psychology, and I assume that is the case for many of us. So what happened is that when I finished my studies in 2006, the following year in 2007, I looked for a job. And I got a job at the nearest mall where I live, at Sportsman's Warehouse. While I was working at Sportsman's Warehouse, there used to be this customer who appeared to be my age, and I was always serving him. He would come in, he would buy treadmill cash, he would buy a cycling bicycle cash, he would buy so many nice things cash. And for me at that age as a young man, I was like, yo, where is this guy getting the money? Because he looks like he's my age. So I decided that next time when he comes, I'm going to ask him, where are you working? So he did come, and then when he came, as I was assisting him as the salesman, I asked him, where is he working? And he told me that he's a train driver. And I was like, wow, so train drivers make a lot of money. I'm going to be a train driver. So I asked him for the information, and he gave me all the information and the forms and everything. So I applied to be a train driver. And as part of the selection process, they made us to go through an assessment. Part of the assessment included psychological assessments, psychometrist, and some personality assessments. And after that, they told us that if you want to get feedback, you can request for it. So I was not successful for the role of being a train driver. And then because I was very disappointed, I wanted to have an opportunity to be able to buy things cash also. So I was very sad. I asked for feedback and I was very angry. So when I asked for feedback, they gave me an appointment with a gentleman whom I later learned that he was a psychometrist. And that gentleman took me through my assessments, and he explained to me why I was not the best fit for the job of a train driver. As you can guess, a train driver is usually alone or with one more person, and they are up there far away from everyone. and they also have to be willing and able to work in a space that is very technical. In case there's a technical issue with the train, they should be able to have the vocabulary and the interest to explain to the mechanics and the people who need to fix. And they should also enjoy being alone and spending quality time in solitude. So needless to say, I didn't fit that profile. I enjoyed being around people, I enjoyed working with people, and I was not a technical person at all. Rather, I preferred to work with ideas and, deal with intellectual issues and philosophical issues more than technical issues. So as this man was giving me feedback, the more I spoke to him and the more I listened to him, the more I was attracted to what he was doing. And then I started asking him, like, what are you doing? This is so nice. You sit and you tell people about themselves and you give people insight about who they are that they didn't even notice. What is this? And then he told me that he's a psychometrist. And then I asked him, what do psychometrists do? And then he explained to me, well, we work for organizations and most of the time we assist with the recruitment process. We take people through assessments and then we give them feedback so that they can understand why they were not successful. And because of that conversation, I then decided that I'm going to try and be a psychometrist. So I went to UJ and VETS and I started doing my research, and then I was accepted for psychology degree at UJ. And then while I was at UJ, I learned that, it's possible to even become an industrial psychologist instead of becoming a psychometrist, because when you're an industrial psychologist, you have a larger scope. So then I decided that I will follow that path. So after UJ, I went to do my internship at MPI, and then I went to work a bit at Transnet, and then I came back to UNISA because I preferred to be in academia. So that has been my journey. That's how I ended up in this field. It was totally accidental, but so far I've enjoyed every moment, and I think it was, one of those things that people usually refer to as God guiding you through the journey, because it was always accidental that I spoke to somebody and eventually I ended up in this field. And what I currently do, I'm a registered industrial psychologist with the HPCSA. I'm a lecturer at UNISA. I teach undergraduate and honors modules. I supervise master students, and I conduct research and write articles. I'm an ethics committee member whereby we evaluate, ethical applications of people who want to do research in the Department of IOP at UNISA. And I'm also the head of the Employment Equity Committee within our department, whereby we make sure that there is transformation and there is equity within the department. I'm also enrolled as a PhD student in consulting psychology, and understandably, the focus with consulting psychology is to try and have a better understanding of how to apply psychology principles in the workplace so that one can be able to make additional income. Referred to as Grow Wealth, where I focus on medical legal services and personal development coach. I give career counseling as well. And generally, I just help organizations and individuals to find their niche and to become more effective. Now, I also do a lot of volunteer work. I'm part of the Pretoria Psychologist Group. We do community support groups on a weekly basis. We post on YouTube on different mental health issues. I advocate for men's mental health issues. I do radio interviews every once in a while. Even yesterday, I was on Power FM talking about the Stockholm Syndrome relating to the current issue of Thabo Bester and Dr. Nandipha. So we get to do a lot of work where we don't necessarily get paid for that work, but that work is helping raise an awareness in the community and in our society about issues related to psychology and how we can help people who don't otherwise have access to our field to get the information. I also do a lot of work as a guest speaker and a facilitator. whereby different organizations will call me to facilitate specific topics or to speak on a specific topic. As I noted that I am involved in a lot of personal development work and coaching work as well. So in a nutshell, that's what I do in my capacity as an industrial psychologist. IOPs are IOPs in demand. The long and short of it is that, yes, I don't know anyone who's a qualified industrial psychologist who's unemployed. In fact, I don't know anyone who's a psychologist in any scope of practice who's unemployed. I would say it is very difficult to become a psychologist in terms of how long the journey takes. It doesn't take less than 7 years. But once you are a qualified psychologist, you are almost guaranteed that you will never be unemployed, especially if you like to read and write. Remember, our profession is all about reading and writing and staying abreast with the new developments. So yes, the profession is in demand. And if you create the habit of reading and writing, as the previous speaker said, if you make sure that you read and you write, you will never be unemployed. And that's if you want to be employed. You don't have to be employed. You can always work in private consulting. Do IOPs end well? I would say, based on my research, when I do medical legal work, we help attorneys and the legal fraternity to understand how road accidents affect people's earnings and people's salaries. So I get to do a lot of work where I look at different fields and how much people are earning. And based on my exposure and my experience thus far, I would say psychologists earn comparably very well compared to people who are in other industries. Your accountants and some of the people in the legal space. And this is especially true if you are entrepreneurial, if you don't rely on one source of income. If you look at the previous speaker and the first speaker as well, and myself, we all indicated that in addition to having daytime jobs, we also have our private practices. So that's how you supplement your income so as to make sure that you are able to cope during these tough economic times. Even if you are just any one salary compared to most people in our country, one can argue that psychologists earn very well. And if you are entrepreneurial, you will earn even more.
My question that I have is, I wanted to find out if you become a registered counselor, you be registered with the HPCSA. Is it true that you are not able to register again as a psychologist or clinical psychologist or industrial psychologist or whatever psychologist you want to be?
If you are a registered counselor, you do have a scope of practice that you can function in. And if you want to branch to clinical psychology or industrial psychology, what usually happens is that the university where you are applying is going to credit you for some of the modules that you've already done when you are becoming a registered counselor. And therefore, it is possible to branch to the other scope of practice, and you will be credited accordingly. Then you will do the other outstanding modules.
I'm not sure whether I'm taking everyone back, but I think this question has been partially answered, but still I need some clarity on it. I'm currently doing community and health psychology, and I want to become a clinical psychologist, and I'm not sure whether this fits the criteria of a clinical psychology without a psychological assessment module and therapeutic module. That's where I'm trying to, to see whether I would still qualify as a clinical psychologist or do masters in clinical psychologist without those modules.
I would say it is always possible to branch to whichever field of psychology you want to branch into, but the wisest move is obviously to engage with colleagues who are in that field that you want to branch into. So I noted that she wants to branch into clinical psychology. And I remember our colleague said we can make sure that when there are questions directed to him, we can direct that question to him so that we don't give the student advice that could be too general. And if he speaks to somebody who's doing clinical, then they'll be able to guide they will be able to guide her accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vuyani. My question is, I saw that in your profile you added that you are a speaker at organizations and stuff. Do you also charge for being a speaker? Thank you.
Yes, Amukhalang, we charge for everything that we do as psychologists. So we are almost selling our expertise and our time. So if people call me to go and speak at their event, unless if I'm doing it in a voluntary capacity, giving back to my community. If I'm giving back to my community, I don't charge. But if a big organization in the mining sector or banking wants me to come and talk on a specific topic, then I do charge them.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Amkhalang. Mr. Harold, I'm guessing you have a contribution to make to our previous question.
Yes, she can apply if she the participant who spoke about, I think it was Dombuso, who spoke about whether can she apply for clinical. Is she doing her undergrad or honors at the moment? Are you enrolled for your degree or your honors?
I'm enrolled for honors.
Okay, so you can apply for, remember for clinical, they would recommend psychological counseling or community health. So you can apply.
Okay, that's great to know. Thank you.
Mr. Vuyani, like you, I also accidentally fell into the industrial psychology field. So I'm currently doing my honors. So I wanted to ask, I heard you saying, if you're going, you have to do your internship when you're doing your mini dissertation. Yeah, that word. Yeah, the tricky word. Okay. So I wanted to ask, I see now there are organizations that are advertising posts like internships, and they will say psychology student with a degree. So if, let's say, for example, I get that internship now, let's say for this year while I'm still doing my honors, and then while I'm doing my master's, I've already done my internship in a certain organization. Let me say, example, in a mining or a bank. I've already done that internship. Does that qualify for that internship when that I'm supposed to do with my master when I'm doing my master's or after my master's? Or can this internship that I got before supplement for that internship? If you get what I'm trying to say.
Yes, I get you. Thank you so much for that question. So the answer is no. If you are doing your honors and you get an internship at an organization, that internship will usually be an internship that is related to the needs of that organization. It's not an accredited HPCSA internship. The accredited HPCSA internship is a professional internship that you are only eligible to do after you've done and passed your master's coursework. So only after that, and when you are also busy with your mini dissertation, but you've done your master's coursework, only after that are you eligible to do the internship. And the key word is that it will be an HPCSA accredited internship. In other words, it is an internship that is going to make you to become an industrial psychologist. It's not just a general internship at an organization.
Oh, okay, thank you. So this internship that now that it's in a specific field, does if I'm let me say I'm doing that my master's with UNISA, does the university provide me with opportunities to access those kind of internships, or as an individual I have to now go look for this internship?
It's the responsibility of the individual, but universities will go out of their way to try and assist you with the process. So what universities do is that they try to partner with external organizations that they know offer these internships, and they even invite them to come speak to the master's class and tell them about their different internships. But ultimately, it's your responsibility to apply and to source for an internship that you prefer, and to even look for other internships that your university probably didn't expose you to.
Okay, now thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just have a question. I need clarity in terms of the journey that I'm headed. I want to become an industrial psychologist, but currently I'm doing my honors with UNISA in applied psychology. And I found out that in my undergrad third year, when I was just finishing my last semester, that I won't qualify to get in honors for industrial psych, which will result in me not enrolling in masters for industrial psychology. But when I did my research, I realized that it's possible maybe to get into clinical psychology. And I'm seeking clarity in terms of, will I be able to work in the industrial field with a qualification in clinical psychology, and also to maybe get into the selection process of clinical psychology, because I've realized that it's not quite easy and it's not simple. That if I do a course, because currently I'm doing my honors part-time, I'm doing my last year now because I was working at a school. I just wanted to know if I do a psychometric course at UJ next year, will I be able to still work in the industrial side of psychology? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. I think the first question that I would have is, what was the reason why you were told that you don't qualify to do your honors in industrial psychology?
Reason being that I needed to take 6 out of 8 or all 8 IOP modules. And I mixed match because I really didn't have proper career guidance back then, because I did my undergrad with UNISA. I did law, I did labor law, I did business management, I did HR. I had 2 IOP modules that I did, only to find out that I wouldn't even qualify even for an NDP the following year. That's why.
You didn't even qualify for non-degree purposes, you mean?
Yes, because I was outstanding with more than 6 modules. No, more than 4. They only take a maximum of 3 for NDP, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it's changed.
I see, because that was going to be my advice, that you can do those outstanding modules as non-degree purposes. And I think it's the first time I'm hearing that somebody does not qualify for NDP while they actually have an undergrad in psychology. So you might have to maybe sit down either with myself or somebody in the department to really have a look at your academic transcript to be able to give you a tailored advice. But generally, it is possible for you to go and do psychometry at UJ or wherever else you want to do it. And then once you've done psychometry and you become a psychometrist, you will by default work within the space of industrial psychology, because you will be doing psychometrics and psychological assessments. I believe that it is also possible to become a clinical psychologist who then prefers to work within organizations. You might be aware that most organizations have departments that are dedicated to employee well-being, and most of those departments are headed by clinical psychologists, because they have a thorough understanding of the issues that affect people's well-being and people's health in a global sense compared to industrial psychologists. So yes, it is possible to become a clinical psychologist and work in spaces and work in organizations and work closely with industrial psychologists. So it's just a question of you deciding what your appetite is, and then you carve a path that will be aligned to your purpose.
Oh, okay, I understand. I think I will continue doing the going ahead with doing the psychometry course and do a master's in clinical, because if I still want to apply for an NDP, that'll mean that I have to do an honors in industrial, which is still going to be quite time consuming.
Yes, I think that's the thing about our field of psychology, isn't it? Either approach you take is going to be time consuming, because if you're going to do your psychometry, that's going to be minimum a year, 6 months course, and then 6 months practicum. And then after that, you're going to do your clinical. So either way is going to be time consuming. I think one of the speakers did say that if you want to be a psychologist, you must just be patient and, trust the process and then believe that with time you'll get there. But it is time consuming. And I know that financially and otherwise, it is very strenuous on us. But it's one of those things that if you really want to do it, you just need to choose the path that you prefer, and then just bear with it and do your best.
Okay, thank you so much, sir,
Thank
for
you.
your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I'm just going to ask my colleagues to proceed in posting the poll questions. I think it's 3 remaining while we're busy with the Q&A session, because we are actually out of time. Krista, please pose a 3rd question so that our students can respond to them, and then while we continue with the Q&A. Thank you very much. The next hand is from Zoto. Please unmute.
I just want to know the difference between applied and industrial psychology, because I thought it's the same thing. And then with my case, I'm also a honors student doing applied psychology. So I just want to know what should I do, or what route should I take in order for me to do industrial, to do a master's in industrial psychology, because I thought they were the same thing. I'm not sure if I'm wrong or right.
I think you will notice that applied psychology and industrial psychology are housed in different departments at most institutions, especially at UNISA, UJ, and many other institutions. The reason for this is for students to have, I suppose, to have an idea that, oh, this one is taking me to this path, this one is taking me to this path. So it is possible to branch towards industrial psychology. What happens is that when you engage and do your research, you are going to check what are some of the modules that would be needed for you to branch towards that side, and you'll be credited for the ones that you need to be credited for. If maybe there are a few modules that you still need, you will do NDP, non-degree purpose degrees, or alternatively, if they feel like maybe you have a recognition of prior learning, you have enough experience, they will also consider you. But when it comes to industrial psychology, for you to eventually do your master's, they want you to do the honors in industrial psychology. So that's where the roads converge. So the plan is always to try and do your honors in industrial psychology so that you can be eligible to do your master's. And how you do that is by checking with the department what are some of the modules that you will be accredited for from the qualification that you already have or that you are busy with, and then which ones will be outstanding, and then they will advise you as to how you go about getting the ones that are outstanding so that you can eventually do your honors in industrial psychology.
All right, thank you. I do want to pose a question from the chat box as well. It says, how can we access the psychology events and conferences, and also how can we get funding to further our studies? I think this question was posed while Mr. Harold was the one presenting. Yes.
Yes, thank you. I think the first one relates to the conference. The most prominent conference is the SAISA one, which is within the psychology field. So perhaps they can look into that. they normally host annual congresses and conferences on a yearly basis. So perhaps you can look into that one, which is a local one. Other universities like UJ and at UNISA, we also have student conferences that you can look into. If you're looking for international conferences, you can also check online. There's a website that I will post on the chat that you can look into. But I think your starting point would be the local ones like SAISA and the ones that are in-house, like one in UNISA, UKZN, and UJ. So by doing that, you can just simply go to the SAISA website and read more information with regards to that. Funding related, okay. As far as I'm aware, they are the College of Human Sciences. Depending on whether they are studying, is it for honors or at what level are they? I'm assuming that perhaps they might be at honors level. There's one by the College of Human Sciences, so I would strongly encourage the student to interact with the Directorate for Funding. At master's level, there is MND, Masters in Doctoral Financial Aid, Financial Assistance, where students are given bursaries, but that is only, for example, if you follow the research route, it's only in the second year. But there are also scholarships. There are also bursaries that are provided. For example, NRF is one of the bursaries that you can look into. There is Funza Lushaka, which is also another bursary that you can look into. So there is, I'll try to write a few on the chat, but those are some of the few ones that they can explore if they're doing postgrad studies. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Before you actually leave us, there's a question again that says, when is the proper time for me to apply for counseling psychologist? I'm still doing my degree. It's BA in psychology and English.
I can check the dates, but I think normally I'll just post the date. It's around this time. I think this is April. So that normally they would open the applications, but I'll check the dates. Most universities open the application between April and August or September. But with regards to our application, I will just put the information on the chat. So I'll have to go and check the date. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the responses. Thank you so much to our presenters. We have actually come to the end of this session. I'm well aware that you do have many questions wherever you are seated, because I'm still seeing hands. However, we are out of time. But then the chat box will remain open for your questions and they will be responded to. We're just going to humbly ask and request our presenters to make time to respond to your questions in the chat box as it will remain open. However, I'm going to ask my colleague, Ms. Mamashi, to come and give us the close of this session. The vote of thanks, I mean.
Yeah, it's been a day and a half. And one thing that I have learned about our profession is you know, for our students, there's always a new information. There's always something for them to scratch their heads about. That's how broad it is. And we are happy that we actually had to organize this kind of an event whereby the students get an opportunity to meet the professionals in our field of study. Because as much as we cannot answer all the questions, as much as we cannot deal with everything today, but at least one thing that we pride ourselves about is that you can now have something to think about and to be able to ground yourself on as you are heading on your journey in the profession. You have an idea of what is actually happening in the profession and what are the opportunities and the categories that are there in psychology. We are thankful for that. And mine is just to give thanks to everyone who has participated into this, starting with our students that have honored the invitation, and especially with all these, you know, the technicalities that came with them. Some were not able to see the poster, and some were not able to get the link on time, but here we are and we're able to attend. And this is only not for you, but also for us, because we are here to serve you. We are here to chase UNISA's vision. So with you, we can actually say we are winning as for these numbers as you are attending. And also it's also for you to infuse graduatedness and to make sure that our students do not drop out and move from one qualification or from one career to another. So with all of that being said from my side, thank you, students, for attending this. And I will also want to thank all the presenters, starting from Mr. Mudisile, who gave us a warm welcome to this event. And he did well on that one. And Mr. Manaswe, as he said in the beginning, that when I invited him for this workshop, he said he can always drop anything for UNISA. It means that he actually take us that serious, and you know, giving us the space that we deserve in his life. And for him to outline the clinical psychology route, and of course Miss Komani, who's going to be joining us tomorrow with all the technical errors and everything that happened today. She actually said she will be here with us tomorrow as an educational psychologist from 10 o'clock in the morning until 12:30. So for whoever that still wants to learn more about educational psychology, Miss Komani will be here tomorrow with us, as she will also be joining counseling psychologists and registered counselors, and as well as other presenters for tomorrow. Our registered research psychologist, one of the overlooked field of study in psychology. We thank you, Harold, for actually, you know, outlining it so well, so that I always say most of us, when we started with the profession in psychology, or when we chose the qualification itself, we wanted to be clinical psychologists, most of us, and that's a fact. So I always say, in a case whereby you feel like you are failing in the attempts to get through, because the competition is very hectic, so you are more than welcome to choose any. There is no any qualification bigger than other. We all become psychologists at the end of the day, and that's what is important. And you know, for highlighting the importance of volunteering, we sometimes get to, you know, to overlook this, but it plays a huge important role in our lives, and it paves our way up to the top. So whenever you find an opportunity to volunteer, please do that, and volunteer in the field of study that you are more interested in, so that you can learn the ropes of how to get there. Vuyani, you always come through to us. For us, every time when we call you through, you are available, and we really appreciate that about you. Thank you so much for honoring this invitation once and again, and also for giving such a comprehensive presentation, for answering all these questions, even though some of them, they were not under your scope of practice, but because you understand this profession more than us here, more than the students, that is why you're able to actually navigate through them, and we really appreciate that. Thank you so much. We appreciate all of you, my team. You did a very good job, as much as we struggled from the beginning until now, but you were able to pull it through. Thank you so much.
Good morning to our speakers for the day, and welcome to day 2 of Psychology Professionals event. Let me just allow the Center Manager, Mr. Mudesele, the Center Manager in Johannesburg, to make us feel welcome in this space before I can say anything further.
The event, as always, is aimed at conscientizing the students of the different field of studies in psychology. The different psychology professionals are invited to share their journeys, like they did yesterday, success stories like they did yesterday in their profession, and the challenges that they are facing on a day-to-day basis. We have been shown and told how you can move around and place your profession in line with what you're looking for, because sometimes you might start well but not end well because of the issues of the understanding what this is taking you. But the fact that the colleagues were here yesterday to explain how things can be done, I think things went well yesterday. This is to make it easy for the students who did not go through career counseling, for example, to understand the processes of becoming a professional psychologist by ensuring that they invest time, money, and energy in becoming professionals. So based on yesterday's only, you're able to see that there are a whole lot of students who are very interested in this. This is a very interesting a journey to the majority of our students, especially in yesterday's comments that we received. And we want to begin to see those discussions and deliberations again today. But I also said that the issues of the ESCOM taking lights while you're doing some work is very disappointing, but it's part of life. When it happens, go straight to your phone if you have a phone that still have data to do that. But those are some of the things I'm just trying to forewarn you that in case we present and somebody is unable to speak on the other side, just take it that it's just could be one of those issues with ESCOM. So colleagues, be ready, and I know that you are expectant to see and how we taking this matter further. But thank you very much, every one of you. You're welcome once again. Thank you very much.
We do have Ms. Busiso in our midst this morning.
Okay, as indicated, my name is Busisiwe Komani, and I am a practicing educational psychologist. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Opportunity. So I think it's fair to start by answering the question, what is an educational psychologist? So in South Africa, an educational psychologist is one who is trained in doing assessments, in giving diagnoses, psychotherapy, counseling, and facilitating support together with support and interventions. Now, as you guys can see, the diagram that I have put there, I think it explicitly gives a visual description of what an EdPsych is. So what we have in our first triangle, we have a student, a teacher, together with the curriculum. And as soon as the teacher sees that the student is not doing well with regards to them understanding the curriculum that is taught, that's where then now they make a referral to us as EdPsychs. And then if you look at the outer triangle, we will then conduct an assessment. Based on that assessment, we will give out recommendations, which then feeds into the interventions.
And the intervention can sometimes be academic support or learning support, or it can even be counseling, as you can see. So what I like about us as EdSykes is that we don't work in silos. We work together with the teachers, we work together with the students, even with the curriculum, because we want to understand what is it that my client is not understanding. Is it the comprehension aspect of the material? Is it them processing the material? Is it them having to store the material? Or is it them having to now recall? So we go through all those steps, which I will elaborate later on in the presentation. In the meantime, let me just speak as well. So as I said, we don't work in silos. We work together as a team, and sometimes, especially if we're in a school setting, then you have the learning support teacher, you have the class teacher or the academic teacher, you have yourself as the educational psychologist. Sometimes you may have the OT who comes at the school. So it's a it's a multidisciplinary team that works together in order to reach the same goal, which is student success or learner success. So we don't work in silos when it comes to student intervention or learner intervention. Thank you so much. Scope of practice. When we speak on the scope of practice, which is mandated by the Health Professions Act, we then now, if I want to be relatable, I guess I can say a scope of practice is, for instance, those of you who know soccer know that there's what we call offside. If you are offside, you get penalized for that. That means the striker perhaps cannot pass a certain line. If they do, then they become penalized. So it goes with us as well in our profession, that when we go beyond a certain boundary, we get penalized for that. So as I said earlier, that we work in a multidisciplinary approach. So if I have a client perhaps who has multiple personalities or schizophrenia, who's been referred to me because of learning difficulties perhaps, and I'm able to identify that this child has schizophrenia or multiple personalities, I then should ethically refer this child to a clinical psychologist and a psychiatrist so they can do the intervention in terms of that diagnosis. I can still be part of the team, but only in terms of learning and development. So let's look at the scope of practice. So according to the Health Professions Act, assessing, diagnosing, and intervening in order to optimize human functioning in learning and development. That's what we can do as educational psychologists. So with regards to assessment, we're looking at cognitive, personality, emotional, and neuropsychological functions of a person in relation to their learning and development. With regards to identifying and diagnosing, we're looking at psychopathology. As I've indicated, we are able to diagnose. And then in terms of learning and development, if need be to refer, we should be able to refer. But if the client perhaps has like ADHD, we can still refer to the psychiatrist in terms of medication, the dosage of medication and the type of medication that the child should get. But we can still be part of in terms of the learning and development of our client. With regards to designing, managing, and conducting and reporting on psychopathology research, we are also able to do that. Advising and developing policies, training and advising other registered psychological practitioners in the space of educational psychology, also providing expert evidence and or opinions. So that is what has been drawn out for us as EdSykes, all right, on how to work within in relation to our clients. So the types of assessments that we can conduct is that we can do psychoeducational assessments that pertains to maybe doing your school readiness to your grade R kids, learning difficulties, or even behavioral difficulties, all right? And then what we do is that we look at the cognitive image, we look at the perceptual image. Cognitive pertains to IQ, all right? So we see where they lie on the IQ spectrum. Perceptual image has to do with their eye-hand coordination. Can they see properly? Can they write properly? We look at all that. Learning abilities in terms of can they read? Can they spell? Can they do multiplication? Can they do plus, minus? So we look at all that, all right? Emotional image is also very important, guys, because we look at the whole person, all right? We don't just look at the academic, we look at the whole person. So what's happening emotionally? Sometimes emotional barriers could be the ones that are actually hindering the child from progress or progressing well in a school context. So if we find out that it's more of an emotional situation, then we go straight into therapy, all right? For career assessments, we're looking, or career counseling, we look at their personality, their aptitude, their interest, together with the their values that they possess. And then we are able then to plot and say, okay, based on all these four, this is where you belong. This is the type of career where you would flourish, okay? Emotional or behavioral therapy, as I've mentioned, it will be based on the reason for referral. And as soon as perhaps we've done the psychoeducational assessment, we are able to see that, no, this is more of an emotional case. Let's then go into therapy. It's not necessarily academic support. It's more emotional. As soon as we deal with the emotional challenges, the child then will be able to perform well academically or scholastically. All right, medical legal, you have those psychologists who work as part of expert team or multidisciplinary team, as I mentioned earlier. They write reports, expert reports or opinions, as I mentioned in the scope of practice, and they are able to, they work together with lawyers in terms of that, together in divorce cases as well. Then we have specializations where you have forensic psychology and neuropsychology. I know that that takes further learning, attending courses in order for you to specialize in those two. Thank you. We can go to the next slide, ma'am. In terms of studying, obviously we'll be looking at accredited university, where to study educational psychology. I'm more preview with the University of Pretoria. That's where I studied. That's where I did my undergraduate, my postgraduate honors, and my master's. And I even worked at the University of Pretoria. So definitely the University of Pretoria, University of Johannesburg, Witwatersrand as well, UCT, University of Cape Town, UNISA, Stellenbosch, University of Zululand, and the University of Western Cape. So we will look at accredited universities where we have to do, where we can then study this profession as ed psychs. Next slide. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, so with academic requirements, I loved my colleague from yesterday, even though I was just preview to like 5 minutes of his presentation, the clinical psychologist who went very, very much into detail in regards to the selection process. Please note that even with us at Psychs, in order to get into the master's program, in fact, even the honors, you go through extensive selection process. You have to write essays. Then you go through a selection process where you have to fill in questionnaires. Based on those answers, you are selected to the next round. But I love how my clinical psychologist went through all that. So I'm just gonna briefly speak on it. So academic requirements with the undergraduate, you can either go the BA route, and now I'm speaking on my experience, ladies and gentlemen. You can either go the BA route or now, which is a 3-year degree, which is the route I took. If you go the BA way, you're doing BA psychology, and then you take education as one of your major electives. So in my case, psychology and education were my 2 major modules, all right? Or you can go the 4 years degree, which is a BA route. The 4-year route, which is the BA route. So you become, it's a dual degree, because then what do? You become both a teacher and an ed psych. But please know that in order to become a teacher, you still have to follow those steps and finish those practicums and all that to be a qualified teacher. So you can't just do a 4-year degree, jump into honors of ed psych, and then go into masters of ed psych with, you know, then you won't have a teacher's degree. I don't know if you understand what I mean. You first have to do the practicums and all that stuff, fulfill the requirements or the criteria of the 4-year degree. But then again, moving to postgraduate, so honors in educational psychology, 1 year, you can do it either in 1 year, which for me as well was my case. I wasn't working during my honors, so I was able to complete it in 1 year. We had other colleagues or classmates who did it over 2 years because they were working, they were teachers. Some of them were teachers, so then they would then complete their honors in 2 years. And then masters, it's a 3-year program. So what you do, your M1 is your coursework here. Your M2 is your practicum, where you are literally and physically working with clients in a supervised context. So you are definitely supervised. You have 2 supervisors. And then your internship year, you also, it's a full-time program. You can't work at the same time and do your your internship. You have to be full-time dedicated to your internship year. And once you are done with that, definitely then you can register and become a practicing psychologist. Next slide, please, ma'am. Next slide. Yes, thank you so much. So with regards to the Health Professions Council of South Africa, I think Ms. Hilda Baloyi will speak extensively on that. But just to point out, to say that as psychologists, as maybe OTs and doctors, we are under the Health Professions Council. So we are ethically bound by this Health Professions Council. So in everything we do, I think that's what I was also saying, that with regards to our scope of practice as well, it's mandated by the Health Professions Act. So based on that, what they do, if you can just see the 2 highlighted words that I wrote, I indicated there, that we have to uphold and maintain professional and ethical standards towards our clients. So just be aware of that. But I know Ms. Hilda will definitely go into detail with regards to that. Internship opportunities, I think I'll speak on that when I'm done with my presentation. Next slide, please. So HPCA SA requirements, undergraduate, it's not applicable. You don't have to register as anything in your undergraduate because we don't know what will happen. As I've mentioned, and as my colleague yesterday has mentioned, in terms of the selection process, it's quite extensive and you have to get a certain percentage. With us in educational psychology, if I recall correctly, you had to get 65 and above in order to get into the honors program and the master's program. So once you are registered, or once you get into the honors program, then you register as a student psychologist, okay? So in your M1, in your honors, and then in your M1 and M2, you register as a psychology, as you can see, PS, meaning psychology student. So that's what you register as. And in your master's year, in your 3rd year of master's, when you are doing your internship, you will then register as PSIN, all right, which is psychology intern. All right. Once you are qualified, you are PS, which is basically an independent psychologist in practice. Okay. So as I said, I think Ms. Hilda will go further in detail with regards to that. But basically, each step you take in your studies, you will have to register with the HPCSA, and you annually have to renew that category. The amounts, like with us practicing psychologists, we pay like 2.5 to renew annually in order to practice and to be covered by the HPCSA. Okay. So next slide, please. With regards to pros and cons, I don't know if maybe that was a good heading to write in terms of pros and cons. Am I still audible, guys? Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. So with regards to that, okay, with the pros, obviously you can open your own practice You can be your own boss. You can manage your own time. You have your peak season, when it's school holidays and the parents have just received reports of their children, then definitely that you'll have clients during that time. You can work part-time, so you can have like a dual, sometimes triple income, And the nice thing as well is that you can partnership with schools or different organizations and develop workshops for parents in terms of like learning challenges or learning barriers, how to handle ADHD, how to handle reading disorders. So that's the nice thing about our profession, is that we are not only bound within like a school setting. The cons, unfortunately, parents do not have knowledge of our services. So you always have, that's why I always speak to my intern psychologists to say, you go to schools, you sell yourself. You let them know that there's an educational psychologist or intern educational psychologist. This is what I do, and I work under supervision. Just you let parents know what an educational psychologist is. And with regards to the fees as well, when you're working in private practice, our fees are regulated by the Board of Health Funders. But then some parents will find that our fees to be a bit steep, and then you always have to negotiate, or you have to do pro bono. So for those psychologists who are full-time in practice and that's their only bread and butter, it can become quite difficult to then meet your demands in terms of paying off your bond or paying off all that stuff, because you always have to keep negotiating with parents in terms of your fees. And then also of your overpopulated ed sites within the urban areas. Unfortunately, we all move from Emakaya and we come here and we study, but we forget to go back Emakaya. And I think that also speaks to point one. Then our parents don't know about what we do as educational psychologists. So we are overpopulated. So if we go back home and we educate the teachers back home with regards to the CS process and all that stuff, and we go back home, I think that is one thing that I would encourage, please, my prospective educational psychologists who are on this platform. We go back home and just educate your teachers, educate even our parents. I remember with me studying psychology, guys, it takes about a good 8 years, 7 years, 8 years. If you're doing it part-time, obviously it will be 8 and so on. I remember my dad asking me, because he wasn't informed, and I'm going to say it in Venek, but I'll try explain it again in English. When we are Pasamara, we are in school and we are funda. Like, because he was like, how you saying you're doing BA? What is BA, Nakon? So he'd ask me that, are you really studying? What's happening? You've been studying nonstop. Your friends have cars. Your friends have this and that. When are you still? And my whole 20s, I was basically studying. The nice thing about me is that I didn't have breaks in terms of working whilst. I only started working in my M1. And the nice thing, I was working at the University of Pretoria. And my boss at that time was very lenient on me. I'd always knock off at 2 so that I can meet my 2:30 class. So that was the night. So I was fortunate in that regard. But what I'm trying to say is that we need to educate our parents and let them know, just know you'll be paying school fees for the next 6 years or 7 years. And time consuming. Sometimes you don't have time for your parents. For your children or your friends, or even, yes, your parents. You don't have time for your family. And that's, I think, one of the unfortunate, especially if it's peak season, right? One of the cons of our profession. Thank you so much, ma'am. You can move to the next slide. In terms of opportunities, as you can see, I even did the Bronfman-Brenner's sociological systems there. We can work in any sector. We can open a private practice. We can work in schools. We can work for the for the government. We can work in universities, police services where you train new recruits. You can work in NGOs. So yeah, the opportunities are there. It just needs you to be open-minded. Don't say, okay, I'm just looking at a school, perhaps, or I'm just looking at private practice. Because as I said, you can have dual income or triple income, where you say, let me work part-time, private practice, part-time at a university, part-time at, I don't know, maybe where I give workshops, I give training and workshop at schools, or have partnership with an NGO. So I think those are the opportunities that we have as educational psychologists. Oh yes, I saw one question asking me about internship. With regards to internship, it varies. I think with me, when I was working at the University of, thank you, Zukiswa, thank you so much for that. When I was working for the University of Pretoria, so I first started working like as a faculty student advisor, which looks at academic support, which is one leg, or learning support, one leg of psychology, right? And where we're looking at the skills that will then enhance student success. So we look at time management, goal settings, and all that stuff, right? And then eventually I moved into the Department of Ed Psych, into the clinic, the training facility clinic, where we work with the master students, the M2 students who are doing their practicum, literal physical practicum. A client would come from outside, and a learner would come with, we would do intake interviews, and it's a very supervised environment. And through that, then we were able to partnership with outside agencies like schools, where they would tell us, so it's many schools that have internship opportunities. With me at the time, I was at Counseling Act, but I know it has since closed. It was founded by Dr. Hanley, who is a counseling psychologist, but I was supervised by an educational psychologist. So that's very important. When you do your internship, you should be supervised by the person who is in the same discipline as you. You can't be an industrial psychologist and be supervised by an educational psychologist, for instance. So yeah, with regards to internship opportunities, I think you should just know, you sell yourself, go to the various schools, they usually have. And in terms of payment, well, I don't know if I'm supposed to name the schools, but since I was working with internship program, I know like Curo schools, they give about 10,000 per month. Yeah, but then it varies, guys. It varies. It varies institute by institute.
The training route is that you need an undergraduate qualification, a BA in psychology. If for those who sometimes are starting with the social work qualification, if you are doing social work and you are taking psychology as I would say as one of your majors, as you are doing psychology and social work, that's also okay. But please make sure that you do this. You take the psychology modules from year 1, year 2, and year 3. You must do them from first level to third level. So yeah, it's a BA degree in psychology, and sometimes I see that people who are doing social work also can take, or for that matter, any BA qualification that allows you to take psychology from first level, second level, and third level. It is important that you continue psychology from beginning to end of your studies, so that when you want to branch later on into an honors in psychology, you don't have to struggle. That now the honors degree has to be in psychology. It doesn't have to be in anything else. The BA degree can be in psychology or any other degree that you wish to do. As I've said there, examples are business administration, social work, health science, whatever qualification that allows you to pair it with psychology. At honors, you need to complete a degree in psychology. Look, at UNISA we used to have streams: counseling, applied psychology, and community psychology. But now, if you go on our website, you'll see that they dealt away with the categories. There's only psychology at UNISA. So If at honors you still have those categories, definitely the option to take, the best option to take there would be counseling psychology. Not that applied psychology and community psychology cannot take you to becoming a counseling psychologist. It can, they can. But I would highly recommend that you take the stream of counseling psychology, because at the end of the day, all psychologists are counselors. It just, the categories at the masters is to just differentiate where and whom, the type of cohort, the type of people that they're going to counsel. So counseling is always the best route that I always recommend. Then, as you've been told, you will have to also apply for a master's degree. In South Africa, you cannot become a psychologist without a master's degree. It is, I'm talking about becoming a psychologist, not anything else. A psychologist, you will need a master's degree, then you will choose which type. And here we are addressing the one of counseling psychology. I know in the US you need a PhD to become a psychologist, but in South Africa you need a master's degree. After you complete a master's degree, coursework you have attended, especially your first year. I did mine when it was still 2 years to complete. I know that sometimes some universities are doing it for 3 years now. But in the first year, we did a coursework. We were attending classes, discussing, having discussions and being taught counseling techniques, most importantly. Obviously, with other modules, I did sports psychology. I majored in sports psychology. I majored in community psychology. I did neuropsychology. I did career psychology in my master's coursework. And obviously, counseling psychology was the major. Then after that, the first year, I did the second year. The second year was just an internship where I was placed at Tekis Student Support Career Development for a year, from January to December, working like everybody else who's employed there from 8 to 4, completing the internship. And after that, internship was completed, I had to take the board exam. The board exam with the Health Professions Council of South Africa as the regulatory body. All psychologists have to register there with the Health Professions Council. Now you have to first pass their board exam before you can register with them as a qualified counseling psychologist. They will look at, they will first need to see if you passed your master's. Did you graduate from wherever that you were studying? One, and is the institution that you graduated with, is it accredited to have been the right institution to offer counseling psychology? They need to check those things. So it's better for you to check even before you enroll with universities. I will tell you now that at UNISA, we are not yet accredited to offer counseling psychology at a master's level. We are only doing clinical psychology, research psychology, and industrial psychology at UNISA. We do not have counseling psychology at a master's level, as well as educational psychology at a master's level. We are not offering it at UNISA. So please just make sure that you check if the institutions that you want to study your master's with are accredited with the HPCSA. You can call the HPCSA, or you can just go online and check. They have a list there on their website. So after the board exam, then you are a registered counseling psychologist. And then from there on, you just renew your membership on a yearly basis. Where do we work as counseling psychologists? Private practice. That's like the previous colleague was telling you. Department of Health instead of the Department of Education. But we can also work at the Department of Education depending on the assessment test that you were using when you were trained. Like I am at a university right now, and I am using also assessment tests that pertain to learners in high schools and learners that are coming into university. Psychology, when you are being trained at a master's level, there are assessment tests that we all have to be introduced to use them. At undergraduate, it's just theory. You read about them. When we get to the masters, you work with them. You use them on a practical, more practical basis. So the type of assessment that you were introduced to, that you trained in, will sort of also determine exactly where you can practice, where you can work. Can we go back one slide? Yeah, so Department of Health, sometimes even the Department of Education, we can go there. Universities and universities of technology, organizations with wellness services. Any organization that is taking wellness of their employees seriously, we can work there. Community-based organizations, if there are any, as well as mostly NGOs, as well as research organizations, we can work there. Because at a master's level, you are expected, especially when you are doing your internship year, your second year, you are expected to write a thesis, a dissertation, or a mini dissertation sometimes before you can pass to conduct research at a master's level. So that can allow you to work for a research organization. Thank you. Next slide. What do we do? Very, very similar to the educational psychologist. We assess as well mental illness as it pertains our scope of practice. Everybody's trained different. So we assess mental illness as it pertains to what I was trained, where I was trained. For example, I can't assess for psychosis. I was not trained in that. I can't use the Rorschach. It's a test that clinical psychologists use. We have our own test. You guys you better know those tests. I didn't think it's necessary for me to put them here because I know you are studying about them in your undergrad. So we assess, we diagnose, we intervene in clients dealing with life challenges as a whole. As it pertains to life when you are struggling with whatever it is, relationships, marital issues, divorce, HIV, just getting along with parents, with your kids. How do you parent your kids? If you have kids that are problematic, adolescents that are giving you a headache, you can come and talk to us. Any life challenge that you feel needs to be, you need help with by a professional, we can assist with and give you therapy. Also, we work with developmental problems. We optimize psychological well-being. That's what psychology is about, your psychological well-being. We assess cognitive, personality, emotional, neuropsychological functions in relation to life challenges. Are you the one that can handle yourself in life without dropping out from school, without dropping out from your marriage, without deserting your kids, without being angry at God sometimes, those who are spiritual, blah, blah, blah. We also check on these developmental challenges. We assess developmental processes. A career choice, it's a developmental process because you start in high school, now you're at university, and then soon you are going to be working, and then you need to improve yourself while you are at work. You might need to still study something. So it's something that you do it's a lifelong thing. So we check that for you, and we check adjustment in life. How do you adjust from one phase of circumstances or environment to the other? We identify and refer psychopathology. Psychopathology is it's psychosis. It's abnormal psychology. It's abnormality, as psychology calls it. It's your disorders. If you are taking a module called abnormal psychology or psychopathology, we identify that and we refer psychopathology. Why do we refer psychopathology? Because usually it's the turf of clinicians. We advise on policy, we conduct research, we train and supervise other psychologists who are in the pipeline of becoming like interns. And we also provide expert opinions where necessary. And yeah, like I said, mine is very sweet and short. If you have any more questions after today's session, just write to counseling@UNISA. We are going to do our best to make sure that we respond to your queries. And also, please visit the HPCSA's website. There is a lot that you can learn from that as a statutory body. There's a lot you can learn about psychologists and what they do and what is required of them, because it is the profession that it is the body that guides our profession. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is the Research Council and Psychometry Program. Ms. Mabashu.
Thank you so much, Sharon. And colleagues, you are welcome. Students, you are welcome, everyone. And I just want to indicate that as we are celebrating the 150 years and we are reclaiming the Africa's intellectual futures, so that is where we are today. And we are actually going to, we want to help the students to reclaim the Africa's intellectual futures by having this event and by ensuring that we give our psychology students the best of information from, for them to be able to maneuver through this profession. Yesterday, we had presenters from various categories in psychology, and I'm sure by now we are done with all the categories in psychology, especially for the ones that have to do with masters. So if you were here yesterday, you would have learned about clinical, industrial, and research psychology. And today we are here and we learned about educational and counseling psychology. But the question now is, what if I don't make it into the masters in psychology? What if I don't get to a position of being a registered psychologist? What is there for me? Is there anything that I can do with my honors in psychology? That should be the biggest question for everyone that is seated here now. But yes, I will be able to answer that question with yes, and I will take you through the process of becoming a professional, someone in the field of psychology without masters. And I'm not saying we shouldn't go for masters, but I'm just saying in a case whereby it doesn't work for you or you don't make it into masters, then there should be something that is available for the honors graduates. That is where I'm headed to. Like Sharon has said, my name is Mamashu Mabua and I'm a student counselor. I'm a graduate BSc honors in psychology from Sefako Makgatho University, former Medunsa. And I am also a master's in research psychology candidate, so which I'm hoping to be finishing this year. So I will just also be tapping into my story as I continue with my presentation, so that you can also relate to what I'm going to be sharing with you. Okay, how does one become a psychology professional with honors in psychology, as I've said earlier? We have two categories in this platform, where you just have to maybe have been graduated with your honors and you don't have masters. You can either become a registered counselor or a psychometrist. I have done both of these internships or these trainings, but eventually I became a registered counselor. So after I've completed my honors, I did an internship in psychometry, which I did not register, but at least I was able to learn what psychometrists do and what their scope of practice is all about, which I was registered with UNESA back in the day, and also doing the internship with Gijima AST, which is a recruitment company and ICT company. So, but I did not register with HPCSA in that regard. I only got to register when I was doing my internship with UNESA as well, under the DCCD directorate, and I got to be registered as a career counselor, and that's where I am right now at this moment. So for me to have been able to register, I had completed my BA in psychology, which I did for 3 years, of course, and also did an honors an honors in psychology, and eventually registered with UNESA for BPsych equivalence. That was back in 2011 and 2012, but I did mine in 2011, which was I think a year later than the program was scrapped. I don't know for what reasons, but yes. So then with that, I was able to do the 6 months internship and write the board exam and became a registered career counselor. And for some people or for some institutions, they have a BPsych 4-year degree, which after you have completed it, or in your last year of completion, you will have to have a 6 months internship where you do a practical in counseling, whether in career counseling or trauma counseling or any other counseling that is available, but I will speak to you about them later, and write the board exam and become a fully registered counselor. So the categories in psychology or in for honors graduates, as a registered counselor, you can become a career counselor, which is what I'm doing. And we also have trauma counselors, pastoral counselors, and school counselors. We also have psychometry on whether on independent or dependent registration. Independent, of course, it just means that you can do the work on yourself, and with dependent, then you will be working under the supervision of a registered psychologist, either industrial or counseling psychologist, or clinical psychologist, or any other registered psychologist in that regard. The duties that are being performed by the registered counselors, they do, of course, we do psychoeducation, we conduct psychological and preventative interventions, and we do screening and basic counseling, or basic assessment in terms of psychological tests. But these ones as well, we do them under the supervision of a registered psychologist. And psychometrists, they administer and score psychological tests under the supervision of clinical psychologist if it's a neuropsychological test, and or a clinical neuropsychologist. And then they also collect demographic information from patient, which also helps the psychologist that they will be working under. And the reports, of course, they do report writing in that regard as well. So we have limited institutions that offer the registered counselor or psychometry internships, or as well as the BPsych qualifications in this regard. At the moment, for registered counselors, if you want to do registered counseling, as in having to, to do that internship, you can do it with SACEP or Cornerstone Institute. These two institutions, what I have read about them, I think that is one of the research that students also need to do. But what I've read about them is that for one to do their internship, they actually need to do it for 1 year and 6 months. I really don't know the reasons behind that, because the 1 year, 6 months, normally it will be your honors and 6 months of an internship. So, but I don't know how that goes about. But of course, Cornerstone and SACEP, when you want to do their registered counselor BPsych equivalence, you will have to do it for 1 year, 6 months, which is 18 months. And there is a fee that you need to pay. So when you make such inquiries, you also need to check how much do they charge, and if they will be able to also place you at a registered company that do counseling, or yes, that do counseling. So that is the information that you will need. Of course, University of Limpopo and Venda and Walter Sisulu, they have BPsych, which is a 4-year qualification, like I mentioned earlier. But for the UNISA students that I gathered here today, if they continue with their studies, it means that they will have to complete their degree and also do their honors. And after completing their honors, then they can either join SACEP or Cornerstone for their 6 months for their 1 year, 6 months internship, which will qualify them to be registered with HPCSA. And psychometry, on the other hand, psychometry, we have Northwest University, which we have Val and Potchefstroom campus that offer the internship in psychometry, and also Stellenbosch University and University of Johannesburg. Those are the institutions that offer the psychometry BPsych equivalents. They also have their own fees, of course, on how does one go about and the payments thereof. So when you inquire about it, you need to also check the pricing so that you don't get stuck at the end of the day, because some of them, they become a little bit pricey, and but it's worth it, especially that I've mentioned from the beginning, to say, what do you do when you have honors and you are not able to make it into masters? All is not lost, so you can actually consider being a registered counselor or a psychometrist after completing your honors. For more information, you can always go to HPCSA and read these forms, where you will see which companies offer the psychometry placement or registered counselor placement, and then also the accredited institutions that offer psychology qualifications, as well as the BPsych equivalent. So you can just go through all of these forms, or just go to HPCSA, as our previous presenter, Dr. Nono, has mentioned, where you can find information. HPCSA will be your run-to place, but we also have our colleague from HPCSA, who is also going to be sharing the information on what HPCSA wants from you, or how do you become a registered somebody within the body. So we should not worry that much, but I'm sure everyone would want to know more. So yes, it's very much advisable that one visit the website. you know, it's like I said earlier on, we have limited institutions that offer the BPsych equivalents for registered counselors. And also note that as a member of HPCSA, because after you have completed the internship and read your board exam and become a registered member, there is an annual registration that we need to pay. Whether you are working or you are not working, you need to pay that for you to be able to be recognized as a registered member. You can now relate this to the current case of Dr. Nandipa, who is being said to not being a member of HPCSA because she hasn't been registering her, he hasn't been renewing her membership for the past few years. So once you don't renew your membership, then HPCSA scraps you out. You are not their member. So that's what I'm saying. Whether you are working or not, you need to at least have, like, for registered counselors and psychometrists, I think last year we paid 1,260. Now we are just waiting for our invoices. We don't know how much is it gonna be, but there is a fee that we need to pay every year. And also, there is also CPD points, continuous professional development points, that you need to get almost every year, because HPCSA will audit you, and if they find that you are not compliant, then they have the authority to scratch you out. For a year, you will need about 30 points, and in a period of 2 years should be 60. So normally they will just randomly audit your name, and you need to provide the evidence that you have been continually developing yourself professionally by giving them the certificates of attendance for that period of 2 years at the date that you were audited. Okay, we have different professional bodies, which HPCSA is on top of it all. And for you to be a fully fledged member, you need to register with it. And we also have South African Association for Counselors, which is for counseling psychologists. And we also have Council for Counselors in South Africa and the South African Association for Counselors. These two last professional bodies, what I know about them is that after you have completed your honors and just have served some hours in a company or with a registered psychologist, you can just give them your evidence that you have done that, and then they will register you under them. But it has nothing to do with HPCSA. And for whatever reason, you are not being considered as a registered counselor in the HPCSA fraternity, but they will consider you as such. And the other disadvantage is that you cannot, even if you open your own practice, you cannot claim from medical aid. So it's just for someone to get by, but it doesn't really make you a fully fledged registered counselor. But I think it's also important that you visit their website and check them out and their offers in that regard, and learn more about them, so that if anything doesn't work for you, you have all the necessary information, you have all the, you have all the knowledge that you can utilize in order for you to be to make some income out of your profession, because it gets really frustrating for someone who doesn't who is not registered and cannot do anything with their profession. So those are the gaps in our profession, but somehow we need to mitigate them and make sure that we end up making a living out of our qualifications. What I can also recommend is that, you know, it's very much important that you do a job shadowing with the assistance of psychologists. At least get to know what is happening, especially now that you have just started. Maybe you don't know much about the profession. Just get to familiarize yourself with the processes and what you need to do. Get a mentor who will take you through the process of becoming a psychologist, and also just learn what is there in the profession that you might not like or you will like more. And also consider volunteering, because, you know, when you volunteer, it doesn't matter if it's a hospital or it's just from a psychologist, or we have a volunteering program here at UNISA. So you can always try to do that for you to prepare the journey ahead of you, because it becomes really competitive for master's students. That is why I said from the beginning, if all doesn't all fails, then you can try this. But because we know at the end of the day, this is what we want. All of us, we want to see ourselves as clinical psychologists, as counseling psychologists, as educational psychologists. It's very much important as well to learn which category you want to be in. Even if you volunteer, maybe once just have a psychologist, a counseling psychologist as your mentor, or educational psychologist as your mentor, so that you can know the difference between the different categories in psychology. That will help you a lot as well. And research and study hard, because it really becomes a huge competition, especially at the top there. You might find that for a first year students or second year students, there is more than 500 students, and go to honors, you find 50 students, and go to master's program, only 10 students are being taken. Imagine what makes all these other people to be falling off. So the competition is there. It's very difficult. You just need to, you know, soldier on and make sure that at the end of the day you get what you want. With all that being said, thank you so much, and I really appreciated the opportunity. Thank you, Sharon.
Ms. Hilda, are you ready for us?
My name is Hilda Baloyi. I am here to share with you about what HPCSA as a regulator of the psychology profession is all about, and the processes of registration with the board. I'm sure most of you are now familiar with HPCSA, as you are, some of you might be registered as student psychologist, or wanting to register with HPCSA in future. HPCSA is a statutory body under the Health Professions Act number 56 of 1974. It is the HPCSA Act is an act of Parliament. So the mandate of HPCSA is to regulate the health profession in South Africa, and it was mainly founded for professional guidance and to protect the public. So HPCSA has 12 professional boards operating under its ambit. And the Professional Board for Psychology is the second largest board after Medical and Dental Board. So this list of professional boards that falls under HPCSA, and the Professional Board for Psychology is one of them. So as previously indicated, the mandate of HPCSA is to protect the public. So this is to ensure that all South Africans receive healthcare services from qualified and registered healthcare practitioners. So usually if you are qualified and if you are a qualified and a registered healthcare practitioners, a practitioner, sorry, you are expected to act in the best interest of your patients. So you are also expected, as a registered practitioner, to respect your patients' confidentiality, dignity, to maintain the highest standard of personnel and conduct yourself in a professional manner and integrity. So you are also expected to keep up with your professional knowledge and skills, and ensure that they are up to date and for the benefit of your patients and your professional knowledge as well. So while on the mandate of the HPCSA, while we're still on the mandate of the HPCSA, the second mandate, as previously indicated, is to guide the profession, which is to guide the professionals that are registered with HPCSA. So those who are properly qualified and registered as healthcare practitioners, they have the right to register with the board and receive professional status. For example, once you are registered with HPCSA, you will receive a registration number, a certificate confirming that you are registered with the board. In HPCSA's role in guiding the professions, this is also to ensure that people who are not qualified, for example, those who are posing as doctors or psychologists but are not qualified, do not practice their profession, and I mean your profession. So, for example, if you know or a member of a public or someone who opened a private practice claiming to be a psychologist or a medical doctor, you have to report that person to not necessarily to HPCSA, but to SAPS, and they may be arrested for doing so. Because, for example, in the psychology profession, psychological work without registration in South Africa is not allowed. So it is a criminal offense, and it leads to imprisonment. So HPCSA usually work with closely with SAPS. And if we find out that someone is practicing as a psychologist or as a medical practitioner, and together with the SAPS, HPCSA will arrest that person, and they may serve a prison term from 5 to 10 years for that conduct. As indicated earlier, registration with HPCSA is a prerequisite. So this is indicated on the HPCSA Act. So since the HPCSA Act is an act of parliament, so it empowers HPCSA to, for example, those who are even registered with HPCSA as healthcare practitioners, they are required to act in a certain way, and there are guidelines that they need to follow. For example, as indicated as one of the speakers earlier, where she was saying that, for example, she may not use certain tests because they are used by clinical psychologists. So if you are found to be using those tests that does not fall within your scope of practice, or for example, if you are reported by a patient or saying that you did 1, 2, 3, that is unethical. So HPCSA is empowered to call you to a disciplinary hearing, and you may lose your your license to practice, or you may receive a fine. So usually those who are fined, a fine can range from 5,000 to 50,000, depending on what you have committed. So within the HPCSA, we have those committees, we have those structures where practitioners who are registered, but they are found to have committed certain acts, are called for disciplinary hearings, and you may lose your practice if found to be acting unethically within your profession. Okay, on the professional board, focusing on specifically on the professional board for psychology. The professional board for psychology consists of 12 members. So the board is appointed, it consists of 20 members, not 12. The board is appointed by the Minister of Health. They usually serve a 5-year term, and if appointed again, you can serve another 5-year term. So the 20 members consist of members from different categories. So there will be representative from clinical psychology, educational, research, industrial, all these categories, as well as one member who is representing all universities, 3 community representatives. So these are people who are not registered as psychologists, but they serve in the board to make sure that everything that the board decide on, the activities of the board, are really to the benefit of the public and not just the professionals. So today I'll be focusing mainly on registration as a psychologist, because as you know, UNISA is currently not offering the 4-year BPsych for registered counselors, or the BPsych equivalent for psychometry. But I feel free to ask questions at the end of this presentation if we still have time, because I feel that it is very important that if you have questions about registration as a registered counselor and psychometrist, and we will deal with those after this presentation. I saw a question yesterday from one of our students asking if dual registration is allowed or is possible. So dual registration with HPCSA is allowed. For example, you may register with HPCSA as a registered counselor, as a psychometrist, as a counseling clinical, provided that you obtain each qualification for this category. So dual registration with one qualification is not possible. So we also have a lot of practitioners on our database, and some who are also our board members who are registered in more than one category. But you have to obtain another qualification in order to register in another category. For example, let's say you have completed your qualification as an industrial psychologist, and you decide to do another master's in clinical psychologist. So you may pause with your industrial psychology registration and complete another master's internship, board examination, and register as a clinical psychologist. You will then be able to practice in both as both a counseling and industrial psychologist. So registration with HPCSA or with the board, once you are accepted into an accredited program that leads to registration with HPCSA, these are the processes that you need to follow. It is also important to also note that what we mean by HPCSA accredited program. So the role of the board, for example, is to evaluate and accredit a professional program So not all psychology qualifications are professional programs that lead to registration and practice as a healthcare practitioner. So that is why we have, for example, a master's by dissertation only and master's by coursework and dissertation. So usually once you are accepted into a master's program that leads to registration with HPCSA, UNISA, for example, and usually your course coordinator will guide you on how or when to apply for registration. At times they will even give you HPCSA forms to complete, because the forms are usually accompanied by letters that your university would have provided, in support of your application before you even come to HPCSA. So once you have that, you then proceed and register and start with your registration processes with HPCSA. So once accepted into a master's program that leads to registration with HPCSA, your first registration with us is a student registration. So this is usually done during your M1 while you are busy with your coursework. You register with us, you complete your coursework, and at the end of the year, you would have received the result that you passed your M1. And during your second year, and probably at the beginning of the year, you will come back again to HPCSA and register as an intern psychologist. So that's where we issue you with another registration certificate and another registration number. That's that with a PSIN that shows that you are now registered as an intern psychologist. So which means that that year, you will be completing a 12 months uninterrupted internship, full-time internship. At the same time, you will be completing the research part of your master's. So this is usually a difficult and a busy year for students because you are juggling both your internship and your research. Once you are done with, especially the research part of your master's, and you receive the results confirming that you have passed your master's, you then apply for board to write the board examination. Once you pass the board examination, you come back again to HPCSA and then register as a psychologist in independent practice. So those who are doing their clinical masters, for example, they then register as clinical psychologist in community service. So they then complete 12 months community service. And after that, they come back again to HPCSA to register in private practice. So that's the only difference with, clinical. They proceed and do community service, while the rest would have been in independent practice. So the only difference will be community service, but both of them would have been registered as psychologists. So I won't go into details in terms of the forms that are required. It's a very lengthy process, and mostly universities are there to guide you on which forms to complete, when to complete it, when to apply for registration, when to apply for board exam. As previously indicated, you may only register with HPCSA if you are doing your master's by coursework. So while you are busy with your internships, or before you complete your internship, you would have secured a site where you'll be able to do your internship, your 12 months uninterrupted internship. So the other role of the board is to evaluate and accredit internship sites. We have a list of sites that are already accredited, and most sites are accredited for a period of 5 years, 3 to 5 years. And after the next 5 years, they reapply again, we reaccredit, we approve them, and they are able to train interns. So there is a list of sites that are accredited. So you may consult that list, and if you are able to do your internship in one of the sites, it will actually be a blessing. But most interns struggle to find a site that is already formally accredited. So in that case, you may create your own program. We call it an individual tailored program. So you create your own internship program, but in consultation with your university. Your university will appoint a supervisor, 2 supervisors, one from the university and one from the internship site where you have. In this case, you would have identified a site that is not accredited, but that is able to accommodate you. But you would have checked if the site has someone who's already employed there who would supervise your internship. Do they have tests and so forth? But your university will guide you through that process. So that's what we call a category B internship program. So after completing your internship, you will then write the board exam and proceed and register with as an independent practitioner. So still on internship, there are guidelines that guides the internship. So these are board guidelines that you need to consult before you start with the internship. So the guidelines are very detailed. They talk about timeframes in terms of commencement of internship, completion of internship, who will supervise you, what to do if you are not able to complete your internship, if you interrupt your internship, if you want to extend it, and so forth. So I will just talk about the few important aspects of the guidelines. So the first one is about commencement of internship. So the guidelines clearly states that internship has to start within 2 years from your M1. So if you're busy, for example, with your M1 this year, and you still have the whole of next year to look for internship. So the following year, you have to start with your internship. So if you are not able to start with your internship by then, you may write to the board and give reasons why you were not able to start within the 2 years. The board usually approves because we know that in most cases, interns usually struggle to start with the internship. So this is the first important rule about internship. So it has to start within 2 years from your M1. Then the second important rule is that once you start with your internship, from your internship year, you are given 3 years to register as a psychologist. So if you are not able to register as a psychologist within the 3 years, the regulated 3 years, for example, you would have completed your internship in 2021. 2022, you are still busy with your research part. You are not done. So you can't write the board exam and you won't proceed and register as a psychologist. And then this year, you are still struggling with your dissertation and you still cannot write the board exam. So let's say your research is finalized only at the end of next year. And in order to write the board exam in 2025, you have to repeat your internship. So if you have exceeded by 3 years, you have to repeat 3 months internship. If you have exceeded by 4 years, you have to repeat 6 months internship. If you have exceeded by 7 years, 7 years looks like a lot of time right now, but people exceed all the time. Every day we receive requests from people who have exceeded by 3 years, 4 years, 7 years. So you have to repeat the whole 12 months of your internship. We also have a lot of people who exceed by 8 years, to 10 years. So once you exceed that 3-year time frame by 8 to 10 years, you are no longer allowed to register as a psychologist. You have to redo your master's. So these are the most important time frames, because before you know it, a year is gone, 2 years, 3 years, and you're still busy with your dissertation. We get a lot of people who exceed by 7 years, 10 years, while they are still busy with their masters. Then you have to write to the board, you have to explain, you have to go back to university, you have to be assessed. The university has to give you, to sit down and assess you, give the board the reports in support of your request to proceed with your professional registration. And a lot of people exceed these timelines. Once you're done with your internship, you have to write the board examination. So from January 2003, prior to this, practitioners were not writing board exams. They will qualify and complete their internship and register as psychologists. But in order to meet the international standards, because, for example, if you qualify in South Africa, when you want to go in practice outside South Africa, they will ask, did you write the board examination? Did you complete internship? So in order to be to comply with and in line with international standards, the board in 2003 introduced board examination. Board examination is written in, is a 3-hour paper, is written in February, June, and October. And if you visit our website, if you go to psychology board, you will see there's a section for examination. There are examination dates, application forms, study materials. All the information is available on our website. Once you are registered as a psychologist, you are required to continually update your professional knowledge. And you are required, as the previous speaker did explain, that you are required to submit evidence that you are attending what we call CPD, that's continuous professional development. And in most cases, when you attend workshops, congresses, seminars, you will receive a certificate with CPD points. So you are required to submit about 30 CPD points per year. But in a case where, for example, you are done with your studies and you are practicing as a psychologist, but you are busy with your PhD, or any other qualification that is related to psychology, we regard that as CPD as well. You don't necessarily have to attend workshops and other activities. We regard that as CPD. You may just submit evidence that you are currently studying towards a PhD or postgraduate diploma in psychology, for example. It is regarded as CPD. So once you are registered as a psychologist, you are also required to pay annual fees. So this is your license to practice. It is renewable annually. So at the end of March, annually, you receive an invoice from HPCA and a reminder to renew your license. I would not repeat the example that was previously given about someone who is currently registered with HPCA as a doctor but not paying annual fees. So you are immediately removed from the register if you are not up to date with your annual fees and you have not renewed your license as a healthcare practitioner. There are other registrations that the board handles within HPCA. Say, for example, if you qualified abroad, either as a South African or you are a foreigner who wants to come and practice your profession in South Africa, you have to go through the board. You have to complete certain forms and have your qualification evaluated by SAQA and submit evidence that you qualified and practiced abroad as a psychologist or a healthcare practitioner in psychology. We then submit your application to one of the board committees for approval. If approved, we send you to one of our universities for what we call an OSCE examination. If you are successful in that examination, you then join the next cohort who will be writing the board exam. You write the board exam, you register and practice in South Africa as a psychologist. So if, for example, this happens a lot. People who are not able to get into a master's program in South Africa, they start applying abroad. So you have to make sure that the qualification that you are applying for, the master's that you are applying for abroad, is a professional a program, not an academic program. It's a professional program that leads to registration as a psychologist where you are applying from. Because when you come back to South Africa and try to apply for registration with that qualification, HPCSA wants to see proof of registration where you qualified. Even though you are a South African, yes, you went and studied abroad, but we want to see proof that you were also able to register and practice there as a healthcare practitioner, as well as proof of registration with the board abroad. So this is another area where people struggle a lot. They don't do research, they go and study abroad, they come back and they're shocked when we do not accept the qualification, because we would have picked up that the qualification is not a professional qualification and it does not even lead to registration where they went and studied. I think this is the end of my presentation and I will welcome questions.
So without further ado, let me just welcome Mr. Sipho Malefo to deliver us a presentation from College of Graduate Studies.
My name is Sipho Malefo from the College of Graduate Studies, and I'm not alone in this space. I'm with Ms. Nhlanhla Nkosi and Mrs. Marlies Prinsloo. We are both in the same space of the College of Graduate Studies, however, in the postgraduate administration department, which is its mandate is to administer, register, and coordinate honors, postgraduate diplomas, masters, and doctoral studies. As I said earlier on, this is our department. We are responsible for applications, submissions, and registrations, maintenance of all masters and doctoral examinations, and linking students with respective supervisors. This is our mandate generally. That means before you even apply, the information that you are supposedly to know prior to application that you see on the website, it is us that have placed that information there. And we want to implore students to go through that information. And this I have noticed with the curiosity of students, because the minute you become curious about your academic progression, you start by gathering information, be it for UNISA, for University of Pretoria, for VETS, for Fort, for Sefako Mankato, for any other institution. Gather as much information as you can. Do not rely on hearsay and on social media chats. That's what I wanted to highlight. Now, I'm going to speak about, as I said, our mandate is regarding applications for admissions and registrations. Students are busy asking questions. Normally, our applications open. It is for masters. I'm actually responsible for the masters and doctoral students. It starts between September and close in November. However, it's different for the honors and postgraduate diplomas. That starts earlier, normally starts around August, and it ends just prior to our applications. But we've seen this year they were almost moving parallel to each other. But however, I'm just making this note so that you are aware that the period in which you are required to apply, because you do not just rock up and say, I want to register. You must be an admitted student before you do that. And the information about that, I've placed it on the information chat there on my presentation. It's available on the website. There is www.unisa.ac.za. I wish to inform all of you colleagues that everything that you do when you come to postgraduate studies is online. So from application to registration to studies, those in the postgraduate diplomas and honors submitting assignments, submitting your portfolios, all online. Those in the master's and doctoral level, from engaging with your supervisor, from the library articles, it's all online. Submitting for examination, it's all online. So the keyword is online. So hence we are putting the website there for you, for all of you to be aware of it and start gathering information so that when applications open this year, you know what is required of you and you do not make mistakes. And in short, this is our application process. For those students who have never registered before, you start by applying for a student number and you pay the application fee. You apply for admission, you upload documents. However, those students with the UNISA student number, a formal UNISA student number for that matter, that means if you are registered for a diploma, a degree, or anything like that, you have a formal student number, you start with number 2, you apply for admission, and you upload the supporting documents. And this is the criteria that the university uses when it accepts application. Especially for the master's and doctoral students, it's research students, suitability and viability of intended research, adequate supervisory capacity and expertise. We must have those because we cannot supervise you if you don't have those. And the approved selection procedure in line with research policy and equity and diversity. Because we can't have all male-dominated students or all female-dominated students. And we do not take into consideration students from other groups, LGBTQIs+, and also students with some form of inability. These are considered. As I said, those without user student numbers must apply for a user student number. I guess most of you here, if not all of you, should already hold the user student number because I'm assuming all of you are studying for one of our qualifications, either undergrad or honors at the moment. Now, what you do when you do is you go online and put in your data, the data that you put on the online platform will generate a student number for you. But however, it's another story when you apply in the College of Graduate School of Business Leadership. That's another case, or like which does not apply to you. And then there's another process also that is followed when you apply for what we commonly known as selection degrees. And I think one of my colleagues, Ms. Nkosi, will go into details about that because they have different application periods to the normal universal UNISA application period of September and November. And we will get into detail later on about it. And just the last paragraph there tells you about how you go about doing that. As I said, I hope most of you are already just students. You do not have to go through that. Now, what is critical is this part, especially if you intend to enroll to a master's or doctoral qualification, also including the postgrad diploma and honors degrees. You have to apply for admission because that is the way in which The university will determine if you meet the requirements or not. But what we highlighted there is students in the College of Science, Engineering and Technology, obviously excluding computer science, information science, anything to do with computers, are excluded from that period because they apply throughout the year. They do not have to wait for September and November. And also take note of the selection degrees, as I alluded to earlier on, that there's a period in which you apply, and we will talk to that later on. But before you apply for a qualification, the information gathering I referred to earlier on is part of it is to say you should know what documents to submit. And because you are entering a space of a research space, one critical document that we want is a research outline, especially for students in the discipline of psychology. That will be required. You need to prepare that because, well, as soon as you decide to come and do research, you must have identified an area in which you want to research on. And therefore, you must already have done honors or a postgrad diploma, which includes research methodology. And we have done a research project. So we take it that you have been capacitated to be able to know the framework of conducting research. Hence, we want a research outline. That research outline tells us about the type of research that you want to do, how you're going to do about it, the frameworks that you will use, the types of the references that you will be making use of. And when they actually assess your application, part of the research outline, they look at, can you actually write academically, or do you have that framework of conducting research? Because not just everybody can be admitted into a research master's or doctoral degree if you actually are not capacitated to do that. So the research outline tells the university if you are or are not able to do that. But there are students excluded for that, obviously, the SBL students, and the professional LCOM industrial psychology coursework students, and the LLM students. So just below, it's the guidelines that the website, they are in our website for students to peruse. Part of the documents that I alluded to is your academic record. And students doing final year, I've seen a lot of questions about students in final year. Yes, you can apply. However, clinical psychology does not make concessions for final year students. And I want to repeat that if you intend to do clinical psychology, you must have a completed degree. You shouldn't be in your final year. All other degrees, yes, they consider final year students during the September to November application period. Identity document for foreign students in foreign countries, passport or birth certificate. And I've talked about the research outline. Students who have obtained their degrees outside South Africa, we want SAQA certificate of evaluation. And highlighted in bold there, it speaks, you do not have to assess all your qualifications. You assess the qualification that makes you qualify for entry into the degree that you'll be applying for. So that means if you are applying for masters in psychology, you only evaluate the degree honors in psychology. Or for foreign students, they normally have 4-year qualifications. If that is related to say, you only evaluated it and nothing else. And there are some departments with questionnaires, like your department, some departments in agriculture and environmental affairs, studies, and your professional master's in industrial coursework degree. Also, students applying in College of Science and Engineering Technology also are required to first contact the different departments, the lecturers or academics there.
Enjoy. Okay. All right. It was nice talking to you today. Bye-bye.
Hello, somebody's there's somebody who's talking who's unmuted. Those must first meet those potential supervisors and agree on a suitable topic or title, and then they get a letter which they attach with their application. And also we require a curriculum vitae. And those students who intend applying for social work masters, we want proof of registration as a social worker. So these are some of the documents that we've highlighted. However, every department has its own different documents that they want. Most of them, when you do an application, you will see all these documents highlighted in red. So these are statutory documents. You cannot apply without sending those. And academic, when you submit an application, there's no need for you to write again 4 or 5 emails on application. You will receive a confirmation email to say we've received the application. And then if all documents are received, when we send the department for assessment to the specific academic department, we also get confirmation of that. And once the department assesses and returns the application with the decision, we will communicate that decision. Now, every department has its own period where they start making selections. They are not all universal. Some departments tend to respond before we go on a breakaway in December. Some will want to respond in January. Some will want to respond in February. So, but normally, most departments, we request them to have responded to the selections between February and March. So between February and March, most students, if not all, would have received the outcome of their application. And however, we've seen there might be some delays here and there, especially considering the fact that the numbers are increasing. And then also the numbers are increasing of students, but the number of supervisors is decreasing. So normally what the university does, it tries and contracts outside supervisors so that it tries and accommodate as many students as possible. We try and contract them. The process of contracting takes time. Hence, we find that there will be some delays normally when we respond to students about their outcomes. Do not be anxious if you do not receive a response on time between February and March. In fact, you should be happy because it means the academic departments are seeking supervisors for you outside of UNISA. So that anxieties levels should come down and possibly be grateful for that. And one thing that we do not do, we do not accept email documents at all. And just on the last sentence there, that email address, that is the email address that we write to students. That is the formal UNISA master's and doctoral email address that we communicate with our students pre-application and during registration. And these slides talk to, remember earlier I referred to applications outside of the normal application period, speaks to the different qualifications, and I think Ms. Nkosi will speak to these in a while. I just wanted to highlight those different degrees: Doctor of Consulting Psychology, a Master's in Clinical Psychology, Master's in Industrial Psychology coursework for that matter, and Master's in Education Management coursework. These are the different degrees. When we refer to selection qualifications, these are the type of qualifications we refer to. Now, these I've already alluded to this, that once you've received everything, you send it to the department, have a next coordination, and you receive feedback from the department. I'm trying to rush through this presentation so that I give Ms. Kosi also to speak in details about especially these which are impacting on psychology students, which affect you as the discipline or students studying in that discipline. Now, normally, before you register, you will have received confirmation from the university, from us, to say we have been admitted, you must go and register. And the registration, it's annually between January and March each year. We find cases where during COVID, we realized that we had to extend, and also this year, because there was an extension of application dates last year, that effectively we had to extend also the registration period, which is now being extended until the end of April. One common matter that we have identified is most students receive an error when they try to register. And when I'm saying most students receive an error, I mean those that have been admitted. If you have not been admitted, please do not process registration, because when you do that, it generates some form of admin in the backside. And my colleagues and myself will have to look at that and see why is it that you can register, and only to find that you were not admitted. Or far worse, you do not even apply, but you want to register. And you are impacting on the turnaround time that we must take to look into students who actually should register and who are experiencing actual problems to do that. So if you have not received any confirmation from us, please don't do that. Only if you have been confirmed, admitted, or you are a returning student and you are able to register online, you receive an error. There's a button that's on the system that says submit to advisor. Do that, and we will do the rest and establish why you couldn't register. And then once you are registered, UNISA has developed what you call My UNISA platform. That is the online platform that the students use. Part of those My UNISA platform, it's an email which we call My Life email, and it's My Life because you keep it for life and even after life. It's yours. So that UNISA administers that email and nobody else administers it. So once you are registered, you claim that My UNISA email, so that you only communicate with us using that safe resource, which is administered by UNISA, to communicate with us. And that generates also the records. If you have done something to that email and you come back and you say, Mr. Malefa, I've written to you on this date, and I say no, you can cite that email, and because it is UNISA who's administered that email, they can even go there and say, but Mr. Malefa, you are not correct. A student wrote to you, you just did not do your job. So it safeguards us from that, and also from different hackers. We are not sure who's responsible for Outlook or who's responsible for Gmail. If tomorrow or next week Gmail is hacked or they decide to close it down, and you have information that is there, you will lose it. So it's best you do that through My Life if you register. And also the current registered student, we quite often remind you to use that platform. Use it regularly. Don't write to us using any other platform than that. Now, this only refers to those who are registered. They must claim it so that they can use it. But if you are not yet registered, you have applied, we will still use your personal email until you register. And once you are registered, then you can engage the contact person. Obviously, on admission, we will have given you the details of the contact person or supervisor allocated to you. You can engage them and establish the boundaries or the modalities or how you're going to engage. And then also, obviously, they will refer you to My UNISA, and you will receive the guidelines on how to proceed with the research proposal on your first year. And again, remember, the research proposal module is now part of the dissertation or the thesis for those who will be doing the doctorate. It's no longer a standalone module. Most importantly, if you are admitted, say in 2023 you are admitted, then you do not register. Come back 2024, that admission is null and void. You must apply again. I think I must reiterate that if you were admitted and approved to register for any year, if it's this year, you do not register. You cannot do a javelin effect on that admission and postpone it to the next admission. It's only for that academic year. And if you forfeit it, you forfeit it, because there are students, quite a number of students who are applying who do not get space because we think we have admitted the best of the best in accordance to their academic performance and their research outlines. Now, when I say best of the best, I've listened, and university has made known the 60% rule as the benchmark. But I want to warn, especially students in the discipline of psychology, to say the 60% normally goes out the window because you find that students are performing. Students are getting over 80, 85, 90%. And you find in their numbers, and you find the spaces that we have cannot accommodate the numbers. So in essence, if as assessments are done, the departments will look at those with higher percentages, and lesser percentages, they will be eliminated. So it is very important that you do not aim for Madoda score or on the fence when you do your bachelor studies or your honors degrees. Do not aim for Madoda score, your 50, 55, or 60. Aim for your distinctions and above, because that puts you in a better position to be admitted at another level of qualification. One thing I want to highlight also, I've seen on the chart, is the issue regarding educational psychology and psychology of education. Colleagues, these are two different disciplines. Educational psychology, UNISA used to offer educational psychology as a master's degree. I think the last time we offered it was in 2005, if I'm not mistaken. 2000, but because of accreditation issues, it was discontinued. So UNISA does not offer a master's degree in educational psychology. What we do offer, we offer a master's degree in psychology of education, which is offered in the College of Education and requires one to have honors B8 to be admitted into that degree. It's completely different to this psychology discipline. Psychology discipline is something else. I think I will now relinquish my presentation to Mrs. Ngosi, who will take you through the characteristics of these different qualifications. Thank you.
My name is Nonhlanhla Ngosi. I'm from the College of Graduate Studies. I will just take over from what my colleague, Mr. Malefo, have spoken about, but also zooming in on the qualifications and also zooming in on a decision that will be made after the application has been approved, and also highlighting on the selection decree that my colleague has spoken about. Firstly, I'll start on the selection decree. Selection decrees are those degrees that students get to be admitted by being selected by the academic department. They are not administered by us, which is advisors or admin from the College of Graduate Studies, but they are being as a student, you are being selected by the department. So all the students who maybe want to do a master's in clinical psychology, they need to contact the Department of Clinical Psychology, Mrs. Kemp. I think it's advisable that they need to start now in May to start communicating with the department, knowing that for clinical psychology, they only take a limited number of students. They only take about 8 to 10 students in a year. And then if you are selected to do a master's in clinical psychology, you are required, if you are working, you are required to just resign because you have to attend full time. And then secondly, in industrial psychology, which is another selection degree also, you need to be aware that when you make your selection as a student, let's just say maybe you want to do a master's in industrial psychology, you need to be aware that to take into consideration the admission requirement. The admission requirement in this case, they do differ with the admission requirement for clinical psychology. Because as much as clinical psychology you are being selected by the department, at the end of the day, as an institution, as the administrator in the College of Graduate Studies, we still need to consider the admission requirement, which is this case an honors in psychology for clinical psychology. If you want to study in industrial psychology, we consider a BA honors in industrial psychology, which is, these are two different colleges, a college of CAMS, which is economics for industrial psychology, and the college of CHS, human science for clinical psychology. I know with many students, they tend to be confused and think that so long as they have a BA honors in psychology, which is for human science, they will either fall in CAMS or in human science, of which that is a mistake. But we are here to correct that. So for clinical psychology, it's a BA honors in psychology, and for CAMS, it's an honors degree which fall in the College of Economics. So all these qualifications, they are done and they are being administered by the different colleges, different academic department, and all the numbers, we are going to share them on the chat box or else if you require the numbers, they are also there on the website. And what we are talking about with my colleagues here, it's something which is also there on the website, but we will still share the contact details. And I'm also emphasizing that the dates of the selection degrees, they are very, very different from the mainstream of all other qualifications, such as the general psychology, of which their application will open in September. And then it's not a selection degree, but you just go online, apply for admission and upload the necessary document. Okay, then now I will proceed to what we offer in the master's and PhD space. What we have in the College of Education in terms of psychology, we have a master's of education in psychology. The admission requirement, it's a BA honors degree. You must at least have 60%. And then I've noticed that all the departments, they are now strict with 60% average, knowing that UNISA, we do have a lot of students they've received more than 60%. Obviously, the academic department, they'll always put the higher performing student first. That's when now we receive complaint from the student that they are declined because of the average or because of the capacity. And also, I will also emphasize that if the student apply, make sure that you check the admission requirement. You cannot apply for education psychology while having a BA honors in psychology. Emphasize and stick to the admission requirement, because we will decline you if you don't meet the admission requirement. And also in the College of SEDU, we do have a Doctor of Psychology in education. Again, we require a Master's of Education in order to be admitted in that PhD. And for the College of Economics, CAMS, we do have an industrial psychology, an industrial organizational psychology, which is a selection degree. And that selection degree, the process starts early in September. And also it's a selection degree that you need to communicate with the department in order or to be considered for that master's degree, of which is shortly called MCOM. And also in the College of Human Science, CHS, we do have a general psychology, of which one of the speakers has spoken really well about how you can be the jobs opportunities for general psychology, or simply you can be a researcher. And I've seen few inquiries on the chat box. They're asking what are jobs opportunities for someone who have studied a master's of general psychology. You can become a researcher. And also we do have a doctor of psychology, 90036, and we do have 98555. I'm naming the course code because students, they tend to ask what is the difference between 98555 and 90036, which is a doctor of psychology and a doctor in philosophy of psychology. I normally refer students to the academic, but I know going forward that the university, they are going to phase out one of the qualification between the two. They are still very much in talks on which one, because it's like it's the duplicates, because at the end of the day, it will lead to what you want to, outside of UNISA, what you want to be at the end of the day, you will be a doctor. So then going forward, then I would like to emphasize on the admission requirement in the space of, let's just say now you've prepared the ID, you've prepared the academic record, the supporting document, the academic record, and the research outline. The university have made it easy for students we have uploaded the template of the research outline. And I would like to sensitize the student to make sure that they stick to the research outline or to the structure that is required by the university. And they must refrain from using the term proposal. It's not a proposal. You are still outlining what you're going to be doing research on. And I will also sensitize the student to make sure that they go to our website and check the focus areas that are there, and then start creating their working title using the focus area. It's very important. I know our students, they are very ambitious. They want to do research on what they obviously they want, but please align it with the research focus areas, because that aligns with what the university is having in terms of capacity, and also to emphasize on the capacity. If we decline your application based on capacity, you cannot appeal an application which is declined based on capacity, because that means the university have exhausted all the resources, whether inside or external, looking for the supervisor. We always advise the student to apply early so that they are able and to make sure that their research outline is really, I always make an example that if you are someone and looking for fund, or you want someone to fund your business, treat the research outline as like that. Write in an academic manner, so that now you are saying at UNISA, I'm looking for the supervisor and this is my research outline. Treat it in more of you want fund. So when you do, make sure you stick to Harvard reference as they have explained on the templates for the research outline. And then thank you, colleagues.
All right, thank you so much to our colleagues, Mr. Sipho Malefo and Nkosi Mnhlanhla. Thank you very much for that presentation. I know that most of us noted down a few things. Okay, Ms. Nkosi, you can unmute and proceed.
Sorry, ma'am. I was supposed to hand over to Marilise, Mrs. Prinsloo, or who deals with our honors student, to actually explain a little bit or give a brief information on whatever she chooses to share in the space of honors and postgraduate studies. Thank you.
Problem. Marilise, you can continue.
Being with you. I hope I did answer all the students so far with the queries that they did have so as yet for the honors qualifications. I just want to explain to you that since the UNISA honors degree in psychology is on enrollment management, it is advisable that when you apply for the honors in psychology degree, that you do get more than an average of 60%. 60% is the minimum admission requirements for the honors degree. But since it's on enrollment management, it is preferable that you do try to get more than 60% in order to get a space into the honors in psychology degree. What I wanted also to explain is in your final year of completing your BE degree, you have to apply for the honors in psychology. Since we will keep your application until you provide us with the proof that you have completed the BE degree, and then we will finalize the application. When you have a BE degree in another field and not psychology, please apply for the honors in psychology if you're interested in this. We will refer this to the academic department for recommendation. Normally, they recommend that the student do psychology 1, 2, and 3 for non-degree purposes, and on condition that you do get an average of 60% or more for psychology 3, then your application will be considered towards the honors degree. Also, we do have the 3 specialization fields, but any 3 of these specializations, you will be able to apply for the master's degree, just according to what the colleagues of mine indicated on the master's level. The application period is only in August, September for the following academic year. We don't know as yet the new dates for the 2024 academic year. So I would advise that you do keep an eye on the web for these dates. The registration normally commences in January, since all honours modules are offered as year modules. I will also send this presentation I have to you for you to refer also back. If you have any other queries, please email myself or artsons@unisa.ac.za in order for us to assist you. If you have any queries, I am available.
For me, I just graduated for my honors in BCom honors in industrial and organizational psychology. I have two questions. One is for the HPCSA, and the other one is for the application for masters. I heard all the speakers, especially the one that was talking about the applications, to say applications are open on September. But the challenge that we are, especially me, let me talk, individualize it. I had as a student, the applications are open while we have not yet even started our exam. And if you look at the requirements of the application for masters, on the attachment, they want the results. So how do you apply when you don't have the results? That makes us like now to be waiting to apply. It makes us to be behind. Now we are figuring out, what do I do for these 6 months when I'm waiting to apply for my master's, because it was not open, even though we try other institute, for example, University of Pretoria, their application for masters is in June. So you cannot apply while you are still a student, because the requirements that they need, you don't have those particulars for you to attach there. So meaning that your application actually, it won't hold water. Then the one for health, HPCSA, my question is regarding the internship. For me, I work full-time and I'm a provider at home. I heard you, I stand to be corrected if I didn't yet hear clearly that when you have completed, you need to do the internship, which is full-time. So is that the prerogative of the individual to say, you leave your job, how will you feed your family? And as well to say, are there any other ways, that you can do the internship, them counting the hours where I can still be able to go to my normal work and still do the internship, focusing on hours? I hope my question was clear, but I will rephrase the question if not.
All right, Portia, the first one was directed to DSAR, Mr. Malefo and colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Wele. In fact, CGS. Portia, thank you for that submission. I'm not sure if you're asking the technicalities for it, but because we've been answering these questions on the chat, and part of our presentation spoke to that, to say, if you are applying, as we are saying, I'm going to refer to you now, honors in industrial psychology. Remember, in honors in industrial psychology, you have two types of master's degrees. You have the full research qualification, and we have the coursework master's in industrial psychology. The other one is a professional qualification, the other one is a research qualification. So the university stance and policy is that, and I'm answering for all those who've also asked this question again. If you are in your final year of studies, you are allowed to apply for admission. The university will not penalize you because you are in your final. We will accept the application, we will make the necessary assessments and await the results. Because as a UNISA student, these are our results, and you are in the system. We even consider non-UNISA students who are in their final year of study. Now, the only technicalities there is with regards to professional degrees, as I mentioned earlier on, with clinical psychology and your research consulting IOP. These are professional. They are guided by the actual academic not academic standards alone, but the industry standards, as we call them, professional qualifications. So, if you were in your final year and you wanted to apply for that research consulting coursework IOP or clinical psychology, it will not consider final year student because there are implications to that. As I said, these are professional qualifications which are linked to industry. The rest, if you are applying for a research master's or research PhD or any other coursework outside of those professional qualifications, you are allowed to apply. So if you did not apply during the application period, it's not because we did not allow you to, simply because you simply did not allow or you did not know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope Portia is answered. I'm going to hand over to Hilda to respond to the second part of the question.
Thank you. Yes, it is. Internship is 12 months full-time and should be uninterrupted. So currently, there's no provision for part-time or 2 years or 18 months internship. So because this is a policy matter and it is regulated, so if the board wants to allow students to complete internship over 2 years or 18 months or whenever, they will have to change their guidelines completely. So in a normal professional program setting, internship is included. So the moment you exit with your master's without internship, it sort of becomes an academic program. So you are done with your master's. You didn't finish the internship part of it. So that, even though it's still allowed for now, that students may complete their master's and internship is not yet done, because mostly you'll find that people are in the same position as yours. So it is allowed, but in future, you won't be allowed to complete your master's, the professional one, without internship as well. Currently, that's the position. Unfortunately, it has to be full-time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess sometimes compromises need to be made and find backup still on time. And I think, and thank you for the other answer. I think, yes, we did not know because we didn't have this platform that is provided now. I think this type of platforms really help the students with information. So now, the question will be for me to start writing emails to the UNISA professional and say these 6 months, maybe do some voluntary work for my mind to be active, not just to be sitting while waiting to apply to UNISA and still there are other universities for my master's, because it's a time wasted. But thank you so much.
All right, Portia, thank you very much. You are welcome from outside. I'm going to take another hand from Tandeka.
My question is it possible to like, let's say I'm doing a master's in, or I've completed my master's in counseling psychology, and then I want to change and do a master's in clinical psychology. Is it possible and is it advisable? And my second question is the selection process for master's degree in clinical psychology the same as in counseling psychology? Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna hand over to DSAR. Yeah.
Yes, CGS, graduate studies.
Yes, my apologies, sir.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Thandeka. I think I will answer that, and I think my colleague also, Ms. Ngosi, will also dwell on that one. With regards to your first question, if you're concluding the one master's, you want to do the other, that is fine. We will allow you to do that because these are separate. They might be in the one department, but they, in terms of the head qualification framework, they are in different spaces. The other one is a professional qualification. The other one is a research qualification. So you can do that. The problem would be if you do an MA qualification and later on you want to do another research master's because both are labeled MA in psychology. Sometimes, you know, how you separate them depends on the type of research, especially the research degrees, the type of research that you will be undertaking. Whether it focuses on, you know, children's psychology, neuropsychology, or whatever, that is up to you, but they are in the same discipline. But clinical and any other, those you can apply. There was another question about, what was it?
If you can just rephrase your question, Thandeka, the last part of it.
The second question was, is the selection process for master's degree in clinical psychology the same as the selection process in counseling psychology?
No, they are not the same. Masters in clinical psychology is only, you get to be admitted to a master's in clinical psychology by being selected by the department, of which I've mentioned that you need to contact Mrs. Mayer, because already the process have already started in a way. Many students have already started liaising with the department. And then for the general psychology, or for any, whether PhD or master's in psychology, you just have to wait for September, second week of September, and complete your application online, submit the supporting document, and wait on UNISA to communicate with you if we need more other document. That's how it goes, because the other one, the clinical psychology, is a profession. You need to be registered with the South African Council as others, because they've already dwelled more on that. And then the other, you can just be a researcher. If maybe you have submitted your application, or you have an interest to do a master's of art in general psychology, that's when you become a researcher. It's not a profession qualification like the master's in clinical psychology. And how you get admitted to do an MA is just a normal application which can be done online. And how you do for clinical psychology, you need to contact the department, and I've shared the contact detail for Mrs. Mayer, who works closely in the Department of Clinical Psychology in psychology department. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Before you move to the next question.
Yes.
The person who just asked this question, is she talking about the selection process, the interviewing process that students are supposed to be going through? This selection process that usually takes between 3 and 5 days. Is she talking about the between counseling and clinical psychology?
Okay, Thandeka, please respond.
Yes, I am talking about that. Yes, Ms. Lekawe.
Okay, it is similar. The interviews, they will conduct interviews to sort of understand who you are, your personality, how you solve problems in life. They will make you solve a psychological, they'll give you some tests in a form of play sometimes. Sometimes they just ask you questions. You'll be in a group of people sometimes. Sometimes you'll be alone. You will write some things. They will ask you your life story, your life history. You can also schedule an appointment. Just write to counseling at UNISA if you want to be prepared, or if you want to find, we can't prepare you. You know, if you want to find more about what actually happens in these interviews, because we have psychologists who have been through the interview. So it's best you speak to us because we have been in those interviews, and we have educational, educational, clinical, research, and the counseling psychologist in the department. I hope that helps. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. And there was also a presentation by a clinical psychologist yesterday, thoroughly explaining all that process as well. Maybe when we share the recording, it will provide more clarity to our students. But thank you so much, Dr. Tipe, for coming through. I'm going to take another hand from Princess. We are running out of time, so I'm going to take the last 4 hands. Princess, you can unmute.
I'm currently doing my honors in counseling psychology, and so I've been having a bit of a confusion. And I know that I just asked on the chat, on the conversation side, and I was told that UNISA doesn't offer B-Psych. And so now I'm a bit confused as to, from doing my honors and completing it, where to from there, because I did check out that I cannot be registered under HPCSA because I still need to do an internship. And I realized that for me to get an equivalent program to B-Psych, I would have to register under maybe a private college, which I found to be very expensive. So can you kindly advise as to what can one do going forward after having obtained the honors degree, as to what should one do thereafter in order to be able to be compliant and be able to register under HPCSA? Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. With that, I'm going to allow my colleagues to voluntarily respond to it. I'm not sure which one will do that. Thank you, Princess.
Okay, Mr. Rele, let me attempt. I think it's Princess. As the university, because in our own nature, we are an academic institution. That means what we do, our product is education. We cannot speak for the industry. But now, your academic progression is actually determined when you are doing from your bachelor's degree to your honors, you have identified a certain academic progression. That means if you are doing your honors counseling psychology now, the next level of progression academically, it's a master's degree. And I think we have spoken too much about the different types of master's degree that you can apply into, whether you go into clinical or whether you go into your research masters, because these are two different. Clinical, it's coursework, and it's industry, it's a professional qualification. Master's psychology, it's research, it's mostly developed for researchers, those who want to go into research work, if you want to write articles, if you want to proceed to your PhDs and be an academic or be a researcher, that means, or in an academic space, or the industry is out there for types of people with that types of a qualification. Now, I think I've answered you partly when I was answering you on the chat, because you really mentioned B-Psych. And because the university does not offer B-Psych, we cannot actually answer or speak to the B-Psych equivalence to what we have. What we do as a university is, this is the product that we have. We have an honors BA in psychology, whether you call it counseling psychology, whether you call it whatever, it's in psychology. Progression, it's the master's. If you want to become, if you want to be registered with HSPCA, I think speakers have spoken, other speakers yesterday and today, to say this is the route that you must take. And one of the speakers, I think, was Mr. Tipe, who said he was going to be short and simple. And he showed the progression thereof. And also, in our presentation, we showed the progression to say, as I alluded earlier on, I'm still repeating again, you have an honors The choice is yours going forward if you want to do clinical psychology or if you want to do research psychology with UNISA. That is all that we can answer for. As far as BPsych equivalence, unfortunately, we cannot speak on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that.
Sharon, just to add.
Yes.
Yes, just because we are doing career guidance and counseling, maybe sometimes we look into other institutions that offer BPsych. From experience, I know that yes, private institutions and UJ also, it has a BPsych that most people say they are a bit affordable in Gauteng. However, also go again onto the HPCSA's website and find out who is accredited to offer BPsych, because I understand the question might be stemming from the frustration that sometimes you are not readily admitted into a master's, since it's a very rigorous was this qualification to get to, as it was explained earlier, that they take 10 or less every year in all the institutions in South Africa. So when it's difficult to get selected and you have an honors degree, you do not have any other way but to find out where you can go for a BPsych and hope that they will credit you something when you get there. But I know that most UNISA students have gone to UJ to do that BPsych. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that addition as well. Very important. Yeah, I must reiterate that we have posted the polls questions in the chat box. Help us evaluate this workshop. This will help you in the future. We need to know what your needs are, where we can meet you, and what actually what type of information we can actually deliver to you as students as well. Thank you for that. I'm gonna take the last two hands. Actually, last three hands from Nombuso, Zoe, and Zudasha. That will be the last people speaking. Nombuso?
Hi everyone. I have a question. Yesterday I did mention that I'm doing honors in community and health psychology, and seemingly it's not easy to get into the master's program in clinical psychology, which I intended to do next year should I obtain my honors. But I would like to know my options since I fall under the stream of community and health. Modules such as social psychology and community psychology, what is it that can do for me? Is there any specifics or any route that I can take using these two modules, like becoming a community psychologist or a social psychologist? I'm just trying to weigh my options there should I do not get into the stream of clinical psychology next year for masters. Thank you.
All right, I'll try to answer. Nombuso, be aware that in South Africa, we do not have a category with the HPCSA called community psychology or social psychology. We only have 5. You can register as a clinical psychologist, counseling psychologist, educational psychologist, industrial psychologist, or research psychologist. There is no category called social psychologist or community psychologist. At TechIS, when you're doing counseling psychology at a master's level, you can major in either sports psychology or community as a major, but you are not going to be a sports psychologist or a community psychologist.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Ms. Sharon. Firstly, thank you for this wonderful workshop. It has been so helpful. My question is with regards to masters. Is it a full-time program? So, because I'm currently working. So would I have to leave work? Is it full-time? Is it online? What is that situation? Thank you, everyone.
All right, graduate studies will take that.
All right, Dasha, thank you for the question. There are two, I presume you're talking about masters in the psychology department. There are 2 different masters. Remember, we're speaking about clinical psychology, and we're talking about the research masters.
Yes, sir. I'm referring, sorry to interrupt. I'm referring to clinical psychology.
Yeah, clinical psychologist, there's no 2 ways about it. It has to be full-time. because there are workshops, there are classes, there are other activities that you must attend. And I think Mr. Tipe will assist in that regard as the one who's most involved. You need, that attendance is required fully. Sometimes you have some, I think, breakaways that you will have to be in. I'm not sure how long they run, a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, but in clinical psychology, you have to be there. It cannot be online. The research masters, that one, you can do it online, it's fine. You can do it while working. It's a question of you agreeing with your supervisors on, like I said, the modalities of your engagements. How you're going to meet, how you're going to communicate, the different scheduling, the periods on how you submit the days. Remember, with regards to research, your supervisor is not only your supervisor, there are other students, and they have to plan. So if it's Sudarsha who's doing research and you agree with your supervisor to say, if I give you work, I expect it to be returned within 14 days, you must stick to that. And if it's not 14 days, how we go about it and to resolve that. So these are the modalities I'm talking about that you can do online. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Dr. Tipe, do you have anything to add? All right. I'm gonna allow Ms. Studietso Siduki to actually give us a vote of thanks to this wonderful 2 days engagement.
So my name is Studietso Siduki. As Sharon did mention, I'm working in the counseling unit in the Midlands region based in Rustenburg. I would like to take this opportunity just to express my heartfelt gratitude to our staff and students for honoring the invite. You have taken your time in your busy schedules to grace this occasion with your presence. For that, I would just like to say Re a leboga. I would also like to extend my gratitude to our presenters who have been our guiding light, and they have imparted knowledge about the work they do as psychologists, also different branches of psychology and the right path to follow. And I think students learned a lot about different branches. Dr. Tipe, Ms. Komani, Mayor Mabua, thank you so much for your insight presentations. We really saw the light and would like to thank you. Now to Ms. Hilda Baloyi from HPCSA. Thank you for clarifying the role of HPCSA, the journey of registering with the board, the policies regarding registration, and the board exams. Usually, we as students, when we start registering for undergraduate, we think after qualifying or after getting our degrees, we are going to be psychologists. But for that journey to be presented today from our psychologist and you, Ms. Baloyi, we really appreciate it. From the College of Graduate Studies, Mr. Malefo, Ms. Ngosi, and Ms. Prinsloo, thank you so much for sharing the application process, the registration process, also the importance of using the university platforms and the honors qualification that Ms. Prinsloo did mention or did present about, the linking of students and the respective supervisors. Jenny, thank you so much for that. Also, I will take this opportunity to thank the staff for organizing this event, the staff working behind the scenes, making sure that the presentations are ready, the work goes smoothly, and the master of ceremony is clued up and doing all the wonderful work. Thank you for organizing that, colleagues. I know we're having colleagues from the background and doing all this work. Thank you so much. Lastly, Ms. Sharon Tebele, thank you so much for steering the ship since yesterday and today. It was a great sailing experience. Thank you so much. Also, Gauteng region, keep on doing the good work, keep on shining the light.